Yes, welcome to Walker Park. It is finals time, the Division 2 qualifying final. The Waverley Blues taking on Templestowe, the winning side today, to move through to a semi-final against Boronia. And the loser will face off in an elimination-style semi-final against the winner of Mulgrave and Heathmont. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Matt Spiderley and Blake Tennant. And just joining us right now is the senior coach of the Waverley Blues Football Club, Tom Langford. Tom, thanks for joining us. Exciting day for the club.
Thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, great day. The culmination of a long season and just the start of hopefully the next season, which is really exciting for us. We can't wait.
And absolutely, you're coming up into the Division 2 this year, and after a premiership in Division 3, and you've just been able to ease into it very comfortably. You've had a couple of issues during the season with player availabilities, but in the back half you've been able to finish strong and earn the double chance. So it's a good chance for the club to really put on a big month of footy. Hopefully.
I mean, it's been a season of highs and lows, I guess, like every other club, with availability, injuries. You know, we have performed really strongly when we've had our key personnel available, and we've struggled at other times when we've had injuries. But I'd suggest, other than Boronia, every other team could say the same thing. So I think it's just a normal, ups and downs of the season. You've got to ride the highs and lows, and hopefully try and get everyone available for finals time. And at the same time, you also want to be making sure that your system and structure at this time of year is ready to go, and hopefully we're ready for the chance.
G'day, Tom. Good luck for the finals campaign. It's going to be a thrilling one, especially here this afternoon. And it's great to see a club like the Waverley Blues up and about once again in the finals, and they've always been a strong competitive unit. And you've got the responsibility as the playing coach, and it's a huge one of that. Let's go really deep now, because your defensive work and your forward work are your strengths in terms of the way that you play. Your launch off half-back, you transition the ball, your ball movement has been first class on the big grounds all year, and then you score very heavily. But the big area of concern is the midfield, where I think the game is going to be really won today. What areas during the week have you addressed and had meetings about? Because you're coming up against a Templestowe side that are a really good team in terms of contested ball, and when they've got the footy, they can really hurt you. But also, they're very good the other way, because they can really put the clamps on teams and make you hurt on the scoreboard.
A little bit to unpack there, Spider.
There is.
A few questions in one, but I'll start with obviously our forward line gets spoken about a fair bit, and we are quite an offensive side. We don't hide away from that, and we're not trying to pull any punches anywhere else that we want to play an open game of footy. Our defence is a real strong part of our team. It probably gets a little bit underlooked at times because of maybe a higher amount of points against. However, you can't play the free-flowing footy we play if your defenders themselves don't bail you out of trouble. So, we've got plenty of defenders that win their one-on-ones, whether it be Ben Turner, obviously, he's a well-known player throughout the league and has been doing it for year after year. Jack Strongman and Sam Hale, we feel like we've got as good key position defenders as anyone in the comp, and then our rebounding halfbacks as well. So it's more of a system defence for us that we're worried about, executing. And, like a lot of teams these days, we want to keep the ball as close to our goals as possible. So we worry about turning the ball over high up the ground rather than, flooding numbers back into defence and trying to turn it back in our D50. I agree that Templestowe's midfield is probably their strength. They're not a high-scoring team with individually or overall. So, if we can really, produce a strong effort through the midfield today, we're really confident. Our midfield's changed considerably the last 6 to 8 weeks, so we've probably been gearing up for midfield finals for some weeks, whether that be Templestowe, Boronia, Heathmont, or even Mulgrave, with some different personnel and the way we're doing things differently. So hopefully, we've got a stronger midfield than we did earlier in the year. We haven't played Templestowe now for 10 weeks, so things should be hopefully a little bit different to the last time. But it's something that we actually think is a strength of ours at the moment, probably our midfield rather than a weakness.
And an adjustment to that too is that you're playing them this time on a smaller, condensed size ground. Obviously, you guys like to run, you like to really demonstrate and illustrate the way that you play, free-flowing, big-style ground. Whereas this is it's a coliseum. You're on a smaller ground. They can really put the squeeze on you. How are you going to really be up for that challenge? Because there's going to be times when it is one in tight. A lot of inside work is going to be the key in finals campaigns. Outside work doesn't really come into it on days like this, specifically on smaller grounds.
Yep. Okay. Again, a bit to unpack there. I'm not sure I agree with everything. I think most teams play their home ground really well. You know, the home ground advantage across divisions is a really strong thing. You know, our ground's a medium-sized ground, I'd say, at Mount Waverley, so I'd suggest that medium-sized grounds would be our strength. If I think back to some of our worst performances over the last couple of years, the really large grounds probably don't suit us, whether it be Central Reserve at Glen Waverley, whether it be at Coldstream's ground, whether it be the finals at Jubilee, and even last week at Jubilee. Some of our worst performances have been on the big ground, so I definitely don't think that the big grounds suit us at all. In fact, we definitely much prefer those medium-sized grounds. Okay. Hopefully we can find enough space out there today to get a running game going, but the key to the running game is not finding space, it's actually being able to run through the corridor. So if you can be clean with your hand, you can create time for your midfielders to carry the ball, and that's what our focus is being really sharp with our hands to enable time to deliver the ball rather than running out into space on the wings. Yep. The fact that we're such a strong corridor side, I think, shows that we actually don't need the space of the wings because we're not running into the space. So look, hopefully, you know, the Coliseum of Mitcham, which looks like my first time out here ever, looks like a great surface and a great location to play footy. Hopefully it suits us really well.
G'day, Tom. Just a quick one, mate. What was you touched on when you first got here? It's a new season, you know, right now as we speak, you know, finals footy, 0-0 pretty much right now as we speak.
Sure.
What was, you know, you go back to last year, did you have to change any motivation kind of thing or to get the boys up for this game? Because, you know, you could be here for the next 3 to 4 weeks. Ideally, you want to be here for the next 4. But talk about that. Like, what was your build-up this week?
You'd be really concerned if obviously motivation was a struggle on a day like today. And I mean, the beauty of putting the work in for the last 18 games is that you do earn the double chance. So for both teams, there is that sense of safety that, you know, we can sort of... You can be afforded the time to feel your way into the finals campaign. Now, obviously, every coach and every team wants to hit the ground running and, you know, put the game over in the first quarter. But the reality is that doesn't happen too often in footy. So, you know, we'll go out there trusting our systems, learning as much as we can about the, you know, finals campaign, the extra intensity, trying to absorb all of that. And then, you know, hopefully in the second half is when we expect to hopefully hit the ground running and show our style of footy. But, you know, having said that, we'll obviously hope to have a blinding start like every other coach would say as well.
Yeah, so good point there as well. Just a quick one. We touched on about last week as well. You know, Ringwood, of course, got over the top of you boys, which, you know, I think you probably had a few out that day maybe. But talk about what was your key areas during your review on Tuesday and what were the ideas that you had to try and improve and get the win today? Like, what was the key areas from last week and that you're going to try and improve on to this week?
Really hard one because you're playing in obviously a huge ground at Jubilee versus a smaller ground at Mitcham. You're playing in wet weather against you know, Ringwood versus hopefully dry weather against Templestowe. So it was a really contrasting game. Yep. So we're able to just sort of focus on a few of our sort of KPIs which we focus on to showcase you know, where the ball is on the ground, how we're scoring from turnovers, how we're scoring from stoppages, and then also you know, how we're defending those situations. So it was more just a learning curve. We definitely haven't changed too much this week. We're backing in our system, backing in our players that have got us to this point, and hopefully we execute really well today.
And just on a couple of your key players as well in key positions, obviously Turner's missed a bit of footy this year, Perry as well, and I don't think he played the game that we saw early in the season. Similar with Playstead, has been in and out. How important is it to have all three and a few others inside the game today?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did a stat recently because both Josh Williamson and Matt Perry have both kicked their 100th goals for the club in their 29th game or 28th game or something stupid, but we worked out they've only played up 7 games together or something ridiculous, so we have definitely struggled to get personnel on the park. When you add in other tools like Dan Playstead, Ben Turner, Nick Perry, Jay O'Connell at times, you know, it definitely you know, and Chris Diggle's now overseas as well as another key defender. He's moved to England, which we wish him all the best. I'm sure he's tuning in, so we'll get this one for you today, hopefully, Diggs. So it's been really hard to sort of shuffle around, but it's also what good teams are made of, and we get the chance to expose other players to different roles and change our system, and we get to hopefully evolve and grow players that way for these situations rather than the same players playing the same role week to week. Yeah, especially being a young side like us, I think that's really important to expose them to different opportunities.
Being a playing coach, what sort of a challenge is it for you personally? You've got to try and, you've got to prepare yourself to play 4 quarters of solid, strong football and perform yourself when you've got the footy and what you're trying to control within the team functions, but also you're out there trying to or you're coaching in a way too. You sort of got to be a step ahead of the game, and you've got that reliability of your support crew on the sidelines to give you that messaging. This is things that we're seeing. This is the little cues that are coming. These are the triggers we need you to pull now. These are the levers. How much of a challenge and a balance is that for you to say I've got to switch on now as a player, but also now, hang on, I've got to be alert to what's going on from a coaching perspective because they're about to do something that we've got to be ready for. So plan A is probably not working for us. Okay, plan B and C, we've got to kick this in. This is when we've really got to go. This is game on the line stuff. This is what's got to change. This is season defining sort of stuff. This is when our campaign really means something to us. Pulling the group together. It's a big complex thing, isn't it, for you?
Yeah, it is. I think, it's something I get asked a fair bit about, how I balance the two roles, if you like. I think I've been doing it now for long enough that I am... I'm more familiar and I'm more comfortable probably on the ground than, I've missed plenty of games myself or come off injured, and I find it more challenging on the sideline. Look, one of the things about my style of coaching that I'm really big on, and I took this phrase from my old boss, Craig McRae, was that game day we hand the keys over to the bus, to the boys, and you guys drive the bus, and from a coaching standpoint, we're just here to help navigate. And that's a really big motto that I sort of take into my coaching, that all your preparation's done during the week, during the pre-season, during prior weeks and your reviews. I probably overcoach a bit on a Tuesday night, really get stuck into what our plans are for the week. Thursday we get to practice that, and then Saturday we implement and execute, hopefully execute. So I probably found a nice little sweet spot where I feel like I'm comfortable. Do I think I'd be a better coach if I was just on the sideline? Probably, because you can see more and whatnot, but I feel like the setup we have at the moment with our assistants and also the group getting older as an on-field group together, now reaching the age of 23, 24 together, I feel like we're at that sort of part where we've got enough experience and continuity together that it works okay. Finals footy is very different, and last year we were challenged in both of our games, and we had to sort of come back from behind in both of those. So that was a real learning curve for me. I think both games I probably sort of went a little bit quiet and potentially was a bit more reactive than I'm normally a proactive coach. So hopefully I've learned from those situations and held us in good stead for these finals. But I think most importantly, our team is now 12 months older. It's very similar personnel to last year. Our assistants are the same. Our system's grown and evolved, and hopefully should hold us in good stead.
I'll just give Slevo some more responsibility. You'll love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tom, a massive afternoon for you and the club. We really appreciate you giving up some time ahead of a busy afternoon. We wish you all the best, and good luck to this afternoon.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you later on. Cheers.
Yeah, good stuff.
Tom Langford there, the senior coach of the Waverley Blues Football Club.
Terrific.
Has done a fantastic job over the last couple of years, and a premiership last year. Coming into the division, we saw what East Berwick did last season as well, and they've done pretty much the same thing. They've made to a qualifying final, and they're a big chance to go a long way in September, Spider.
They are, and Tom's just given us a terrific insight to not only a player but a coach that is doing some wonderful things, and now he's going to go and address the team but also prepare himself for a final series, and it's just glowing the way he does conduct himself, and he'll play a big role in this game this afternoon. But they've got their understanding of where they're at and what they've got to do, and now it's the challengers that have got to step up to the plate and see if they can get underneath them in this game. But gee, it's all set forward, isn't it, boys?
Absolutely.
It's amazing how there's so much going on from that perspective. I mean, when you think about captain coaches, you go back. I mean, probably you're going back 20 years, around about to like Alan Richardson when he captain coached East Berwick to the 99-2000 premierships. There's not many coaches that get the opportunity just to coach, premierships like that, and he could pretty much nearly write himself into back-to-back into history similar to what Richo did. It's an unbelievable. There's not many that get to do it. I mean, obviously, back in the day, in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, there was a lot of captain coaches, but it was the done thing because that's what happened. But now, obviously, the reliance on support stuff. Yeah. But I think that's a good way to go for some clubs. It fits some clubs, captain coaches. It doesn't fit others. But I think
it's worked well for them.
It's always worked well for Waverley Blues. They've done it a few times now, so I think it's something other clubs might take note of going forward into the future.
Definitely. Let's get on to some of the other games this afternoon. Obviously, Divisions 1 to 4, if you're unaware, are playing their final series today. That starts, while the Premier Division got a couple of important games there to decide who finishes where in the ladder ahead of finals. Let's go to the Division 1 qualifying final between Montrose and Mitcham this afternoon. That's out at Tormore Reserve, and both sides have made some changes. Blake, the Demons have brought in Watson, and there's another one, wasn't there? There was 2 players that they brought in, but Watson's a massive in, isn't it?
He's massive. I think you actually did a stat about him on the socials, as you do, just talking about how much influence he has. I think he's averaging about maybe 27 disposals as well, and he's definitely one of the players that Gary Ayres looks up to. He knows he's going to be there for the future. He's only young. He's probably about 21.
So potential leader, we're talking.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, his old man is I think he holds the game record hold at Montrose. So he's incredible talent. He's an Eastern Ranger. He used to be an Eastern Ranger when he was 18, 17, around that area, of course. But he's just got an amazing workload to do. Obviously, we know Mitcham's midfield is very solid midfield. We've got to look out for that. Obviously we've got the Halo brothers involved there, and I think Tom Lovell as well. He's having a really good season so far this year. So it's going to be. I think that's where every coach says it. Even Tom said it today, and past coaches that have been on the pre-game show that the midfield is where it's going to be. But I reckon it is too, because that's where you get the ball from. That's where the forwards get the delivery from. So it's going to be definitely a lot of work to do for both coaches, not just
Well, I think their contested ball's been really important this year for Montrose, and then just that defensive part, which obviously he's very reliable about, and he really enforces as a coach. And then when they go forward, they love that forward pressure, and they don't kick massive scores, but they kick good winning scores. They're a very consistent side, and they share the load. They've just got a good clump of goal kickers every week, very physical side, hard working. And they've got a good edge to them, and I think that's something that I like, whereas Mitcham, very free-flowing side, not too dissimilar to the Waverley Blues, who like to run and gun a lot and create that big open space. And I know obviously they play out here at Mitcham, but they love to get on those big grounds, Mitcham, and work the ball around. So it's a good test for them, and they'll be really, they'll be really up for it. They've got to make sure they take their chances early. Probably in the last couple of finals, particularly last year, they were chasing the game at the back end.
And also just, a quick one as well. Like last week, I think Moorabah kicked 6 goals to 3 at quarter time. And to Montrose to be very resilient to come back and win that game was just incredible. And I know I saw some articles yesterday from our great man Ryan Long and also Dylan Smith writing Montrose off. But we'll see how it goes.
I think Dylan did tip Mitcham.
No, Dylan tipped Montrose.
Montrose, sorry. Yeah, Josh, myself and Josh tipped.
I'm tipping Montrose. I think it'll be close, but I think Montrose certainly have the personnel, a lot more personnel, strength across and more depth across the ground to get the job done. I just think that they'll be able to kick the winning score. And I think the first 2 games that they've played this year have really demonstrated that. They've just been able to get that first use, and Mitcham haven't been able to really play that 4 consistent quarters of footy. But a good challenge for Ayresy, and if he can get him into straight into another position to have another crack at South Belgrave, that'd be a good opportunity for him to progress.
I'll clear the air, Blake. I haven't written Montrose off because I think
so. You haven't got the poisonous pen.
I've tipped.
You're not Mike Sheehan.
No, I've tipped Mitcham by a point. But I think this is a game that could go either way, and I think they're going to be quite close, and I think the 2 sides will meet twice. I think South Belgrave, and I mean, it's hard to go past the side that's won 18 games in a row. I think they'll beat whoever Montrose and Mitcham play in the next week, and then I think Montrose and Mitcham are still better than Beaconsfield and North Ringwood. So I still think they'll play in 2 finals, and I think Montrose should deserve to go in as favourites. So I certainly don't think I'm writing Montrose off, because I've loved what I've seen from them, and they are at the moment the more consistent side between the 2 teams. I'm just had that feeling, just one of those gut feelings
but as I know we've talked on heavily about this game, but they have had a bit of inconsistency at Montrose. Losing to that Croydon and Montana South, who haven't had the greatest of seasons as much as they would like to as well. So I think
they do have periods and times games, Blake, where they don't score. or they do have quiet patches in games. So that's the only concern that Ayresy would be thinking. Can they get that out of their game, and when they really need to step up and be resilient, but also really need to push the button and go, can they do it and get it done? And I think I talked about the Wantirna South game last year in that final. That was a perfect letter day for them. The way they played that final, particularly in the last quarter, to kick goals against the breeze, that really demonstrated for me that team had arrived. And I think if they can do that again this season, and particularly this weekend, they'll be a good chance.
So your tip, Blake? We've myself has gone Mitcham, Spider's gone Montrose.
I think Montrose by 3 goals, 2 to 3 goals.
Yeah, I'd say 3 or 4 goals.
I think it will come down to the last quarter. Though it won't be, one side up by a lot of goals. I think, because I was there today actually at Boronia.
Well, you're chairman of selectors.
I'm not the chairman of selectors, no. But I was there earlier this morning, and the ground it's not in the greatest nick as we know as Boronia, but I feel like it's just going to be a very low scoring finals down there.
You got your own office down at Montrose yet? You just they got your own little.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. I'm just watching Bo Mitchener down there. He looks like he's in track pants and non sort of Templestowe gear. He is playing, isn't he? I think he's just. I think he's just late. He does that, doesn't he?
He does that. He used to do that at Lolita.
I just got me worried for a second. I was like, he's not laid out, is he? No, so he is definitely
he does
playing.
That.
They're very casual down at Templestowe. It must be.
He's a smooth operator, Bo. Let's jump into Division 3, the qualifying final today. Ferntree Gully versus Donval. Now, Donval, I think about 14 or 15 wins in a row. They haven't lost since that first time at Wally Tube where Ferntree Gully did get them. So they are the informed side, and they're going to be very hard to tip against. And I'll start with you, Blake, because myself and Spider had a bit of a chat this yesterday. But one, you tip on this one, but two, can Ferntree Gully run with them at the moment? They were really impressive in the second half in that last game that they met, but they gave up an 8-goal first half, which they just cannot at any circumstance afford to do today.
Yeah, but also, I'll touch on this quickly before we go, but the second half is Ferntree Gully's brand. We know that, we saw that, I think they actually had more scoring shots than Donval.
Yeah, they did.
So that's just something that Brent Kiker can look back on. Maybe that first quarter, yes, it did cost them for the game. You can say that. But, to answer your question there, I'm probably, you're looking at Donval, they're just the big beast. I call them the big beast because they are the big beast, and these sides are going to come up against them. The Ferntree Gullies, the Oakley Districts, and the Silver. They're going to be coming up against these two beasts that are really playing some really good footy and all that. And I think I've just got to go Donval just because of their form, and it's really hard at the moment. And so yeah, I'm going to go there, but. Ferntree Gully, they do have a couple of big ins. They've got Luke McComb, he's back this week.
Well, he's vital for them.
And,
absolutely.
Jai DeLue as well, he's back. So
that's a good one.
Couple big, and I think Harvey's back as well. So a couple of big ins, but they do lose Alex Bull as well, which I think is pretty bad. Just the way he sets up their kickings and kick-outs kind of things for Ferntree Gully. So that's a big blow for them. And also Tom
Gasparoni. Now, I went with Battagalini yesterday, so it is Gasparoni.
So Gasparoni, I think he's done for the season, maybe. Just depending on how far they can go. I know that you want to hope they make the grand final, but yeah, that's just the way I see it. But I think you're going to go Donval. But if Ferntree Gully, right, if they could be with Donval till half time, they'll say that's a win. I reckon that they'll say that's a win for them.
Well, yeah, they've got to be.
Oh, well, they've got to be with them till half time. I think they've got to be with them until 3/4 time. I mean, really, they've got to fight this right out. I mean, Donval are expected to win. They've got to take them right to the finish line if they can. And look, for me, it's just going to. I think Donval will win the game. I just think the talent for them is just too great to really to be defeated. I think the only way they'll lose is if they just they don't have the connection, or they just have one of those days where they just nothing goes right for them. But I really believe that they're playing really good footy, tremendous depth right across the ground. Haig back in the team, and getting good service from Murphy up forward. We know Day's kicked a lot of goals as well, but their midfield very strong and going to be very hard to get around. But their defensive elements that Kevin Collins imposes on their team and demands is their strength.
Absolutely, and we will cut that conversation just short because Nick Vatsanis, the coach of the Templestowe Football Club, has joined us. Nick, congratulations on making the qualifying final, the double chance. I'm sure you're looking for. I know you'd rather be playing at the moment, but still a big day for you on the sidelines.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Yeah, super exciting. Super exciting for the footy club. Sorry, mate. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're
Good man.
Super exciting for the footy club. We haven't had two teams in the final since 2015. You know, from where we've come sort of 3-4 years ago, not winning a game across both sides, to now actually both be contending and have a double chance. It's a great effort from everyone.
Is this something you saw at the start of the season? We looked at you last year and your best footy was really good, and you probably had that middle patch of the season or the start of the season where you dropped a few that cost a final series. But this year, right from the go, you've been one of the contenders for the flag, and it's been a really positive season. And did you expect to probably finish in that sort of top 3 bracket?
Yeah, that was our goal from the start of the season. You know, the plan was always, we want to be playing finals. We thought we had the list, and we brought in some, really key players to obviously bolster the list and, give some more depth as well. Whereas last year we probably didn't have the depth and the amount of injuries we had. A lot of the young guys coming through had a lot of games and got a lot of exposure, but they just weren't up to senior footy just yet.
G'day, Nick. Good luck for today's contest and for the whole of the finals campaign. Big responsibility for you as well as the coach of the footy club. Look, I mean, when you look at it, we've spoke to Tom just before and how they'll go about their game style, and it's a big challenge for you guys because I think the fundamentals of the game for you at the moment are that your contested ball work and your midfield work inside, saw you play a few weeks ago, was very impressive, and I think that's where this game can really be won. You've got them on a small ground here today, and you can really put the clamps on a team like Waverley. They like to run, they like to spread, they like to use their handball and connection, so it's a good opportunity for you to play a different sort of style and really use that as a weapon and get your physical approach to them nice and early in the contest.
Yeah, correct. Look, we've always said our strength's our midfield. We went pretty hard, to get Bowie last year. Bowie gives us first use, but with Bowie you've got Carl, you've got Thog, you've got Jai. Joshy Ryan's had a great year through the middle. Started on the wing, but as the year's gone on, he gives us that outside speed that we need. Matty Jessup runs through there at times. Obviously, I'm not playing at the moment, but when I come back in the mix, I'll probably spend more time forward and come through the middle as well. But it's really. It's going to be a battle of the midfields, I still think. It's a small ground. The running game that Waverley Blues play, the high handball game that they play, they push all their players pretty deep into our 50. Prepared, and I've told the boys to be prepared to obviously, check them on the way out, make sure that they can't link up by hands and, give them the game that they want.
And that's that squeeze, isn't it, on this sort of shape of ground, the Coliseum, making sure that, because on a bigger ground, it's harder to put the squeeze on, isn't it, against a side like Waverley that like to transition and rebound the footy and use the corridor. So you can put that squeeze on them, as you were saying, you exit all the checkpoints, make sure that they're all closed. That gives you some opportunity to really oppose threat, and then in transition yourself, counterpunch and go and score at the other end.
Yeah, correct. It's going to be a battle of the turnovers, I reckon. If we can force them to turn it over, in critical areas of the ground, we can capitalise the other way with our forward line.
G'day. Just a quick one, mate. Like we touched on last week as well, and I said this with Tom as well. Coming into a loss last week, the conditions probably wasn't the greatest of conditions, you would say. Again, I'll ask you as well, what was your review progress from last week against Heathmont, and what are you going to try and improve on to knock over Waverley today?
First of all, full credit to Heathmont last week. They came to play. For us, I hate saying it, but it was a bit of a dead rubber for us. 15 goals. We could have coughed up third, but we didn't. The review process from that was wake up Sunday, forget about it. We've got a big week ahead. Just what we basically did. If anyone watched the game, it wasn't a great spectacle for anyone coming after quarter time. The instruction was let's just kill the game. Let's get through bruise free as we could. And just keep. If we won, we won. If we didn't, we didn't. Just keep it respectable. And that's what we tried to do. From Tuesday onwards, we just prepared for Waverley. We didn't even look back.
Yeah, so, coming into a final series, I think the last time as well, just coming into finals, what was also I want to touch on as well, your motivation kind of thing. A lot of these coaches, do you feel like having the motivation, of course, coming into a really good finals campaign for you guys, and hopefully you guys will be playing for the next 4 weeks, which you would love to do. But what was your key motivation? Like, did you motivate the boys during the week to get them up for this big game that you're playing against Waverley that could lead on to Bologna, and then getting another, week against any, that kind of thing?
We look, the message has been pretty clear. Keep it the same. Don't change the routine. Yes, it's finals footy. Yes, it goes up a notch. But ultimately, you don't want to play the game out before actually getting out here. So just relaxing, understanding the role that you're playing throughout the day, understanding how Waverley play, and playing to our strengths, sticking to our structures. Yeah,
just a quick one. I saw just over there, mate. Is Bo Mitchener playing today? Because he was pretty casual with his clothing before. We didn't know if he was playing, but will Bo be playing today?
Like I just said to Jace Hardwick, Jai's old man, he's our new recruit today because he's got no temping gear on whatsoever. No, Bo's definitely playing.
Yeah,
it's the casual approach, isn't it, Nick? It's at Templestowe.
It's just Bowie, mate. He's just as casual as they come.
Of course,
as long as he gives us, what he does on the field.
Yeah,
I could sort of let go a bit of the stuff that he does off the field, but moving forward, I'd love him to have a bit more Templestowe gear.
Yeah, because it's just weird seeing, the games, we're up to 140 at the moment, and he's in buddy pants and a buddy.
In his defence, nothing fits him. He's a big boy. So I don't know if we've got 4XLs in the merch cupboard at the moment.
Good stuff.
Fair enough. I just want to touch on Dean Lindback. So obviously, come to the footy club. He comes in. There's a lot of expectation on him because he's a quality footballer. He's been around the traps for a very long time. Played at VFL level, played good suburban footy, country footy, you name it, played in this competition. So his output probably seems like he isn't probably, he's not hitting the scoreboard, but he's probably doing other things that you're requesting of him really well. So what are some of the the messaging that you're giving him from a match committee point of view that you want to see him do things today? What are some of the things? It might be just a little, is it because you want to play unpredictable? You don't want to all put all the luggage into his hand and say, well, mate, go for it, because you want to play a bit unpredictable as well and don't give him the total responsibility. You want people to feed around him as well.
Oh, look, it's been Dogger started like a house on fire. Everyone saw that. The last probably 4 to 5 weeks, especially through that middle period, conditions didn't suit him. Conditions would never have suited a tall forward those days anyway. But, our message to Dogger is, what he's doing without the footy. Communicating to the smalls, blocking for the smalls. We know, Dogger's good for 4 to 6. You don't know what Dogger can bring today. He's got enough experience behind him. He's kicked that many goals in different leagues that, he can turn this game apart. But we'll wait and see if that happens. But, it's more just around, what he's doing around the footy and how he's directing. And just, his second and third efforts. That's what he's got to get back to doing. If he's not competing, he's chasing down. He's getting some ground balls. He's laying blocks and doing a few tackles.
And just before we let you go, just on yourself, and probably a two-part question, will you be back shortly next week potentially? And just since obviously the Baroni game, you've been on the sidelines coaching. How have you seen that rather than actually playing and coaching on the field, but sort of the difference between the two? And if you'd be back soon.
Yeah, look, I'll definitely play next week. I think, like saying to the coaching group Thursday night, I trained Thursday. I probably got caught up in coaching the last 3 weeks and probably haven't been that diligent in rehab. Yep. I felt okay Thursday. There was still a little bit of tightness in my hammy, so I thought, I'd give myself Thursday train again Tuesday and Thursday next week and play, next week hopefully. I'm probably 98% sure that I'll play. But sitting back and coaching, I think it's actually, not that you want to get injured, sort of helped me a little bit as well, just to sort of understand how we're playing and pick the game apart a little bit. I've got some great assistant coaches in Phil and Fia. They do, a lot of the work when I'm on the field, and obviously Ryan's my eyes when I do play. The last 3 or 4 weeks it's been good just to sit back, understand how we're playing, pick it apart a little bit and sort of tweak a few areas around, how we want to transition from back half to forward half, how we want to defend when we don't have the footy. It's been a lot easier for me to do that quickly, knowing that I haven't been out there, whereas when you're playing, you're seeing it a completely different way. yes,
Yeah.
I want to play, and absolutely I'll play next week. But the last 3 or 4 has actually been pretty good for me, just to sort of settle the side and understand how it's going to look, especially coming into finals.
Nick, it's been a pleasure to have you on the pre-game show. We'd love to see you out on the field, but hopefully you'll be back shortly, and looking forward to the game today. All the best.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
The senior coach there at the Templestowe Football Club, Nick Batsanis. They've done a fantastic job this season, and finishing in the top 3, have earned themselves the double chance with Waverley Blues. We're just going to go to a quick ad break now, and when we're back we'll have a look at a couple more results around the grounds this afternoon, and then touch on today's game between the Waverley Blues and Templestowe.
It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
effectively, and I think they will really challenge Surrey Park with ball in hand, and it's going to be interesting to see how Surrey Park cope with the pressure of that, and whether they're capable enough of being able to score and get those re-entries like they have been able to early in the season. They've just been off their game though for about a month. It's not too dissimilar to the way that at the AFL or Collingwood, really, they've had some injuries, they've had some unavailabilities, and now they've got to get that best team back onto the field. If they've got their best team in, Surrey Park, pretty much shape up as a line ball team to Kilsyth. So I think this stacks up to be a classic contest. I'm leaning towards Kilsyth, though. I just think up forward they've got a little bit more to offer than what Surrey Park do defensively, and I just think through the midfield they'll be a little bit too harder, a bit more physical, got a bit of an edge to them, and the way that they move the footy, Kilsyth, has been impressive throughout the course of the year. I think Surrey Park might just struggle to be able to connect on a ground like East Ring. It might not be the ground that they exactly like to play.
Yeah, and you touched on that really well, Spider. I just think that Kilsyth just got a lot more star power than Surrey Park has at the moment. And you touched on it, Spider, as well. I think the rounds maybe 6 and maybe 12 or something like that, they were just very inconsistent. They lost the chance side. They got heavily beaten by Kilsyth, and then I think they lost Scoresby as well. So a couple of big losses there who are in that final four as well. So I'm going to go Kilsyth. I think Kilsyth to win by 20 points. Sorry to our great man Josh Ward as well, who will be listening on, I'm pretty sure. So I
thought Josh was a chance to get selected this week. He would have been in match committee, no doubt. I thought he would have.
He's there every Thursday.
He's there every Thursday night. He would have been putting his 5 cents worth in, no doubt. So.
He's getting his scoop to tell the boys in the forecast team about Surrey Park.
Well, he did lead us astray because he did say during the season that Tom Smith wouldn't come back. He said he's done for the year, but Tom Smith is playing today, and that's a huge inclusion for them because I think especially that earlier game we saw against Kilsyth, they were really lacking someone like a Smith in the midfield to
take it up to them.
Challenge them, because Kilsyth do have a lot of big bodies, and they did win those one-on-one contests.
And this is where finals are won. If you've got harder bodies, they generally win out. I don't always subscribe to the outside run and the quicker athletic types get the job done in finals. These games are real grinds, and if you've got the hard bodies that they hit hard and they really are physical, and then when they get the ball into that 50, this is where the real big big teams step up and play, and I just think the Kilsyth are ready for it. But so Surrey Park, big challenge for them against a Kilsyth team that's looking pretty ominous. But I'm really looking forward to the other game as well, which we'll no doubt talk about.
Churnside Scoresby?
Scoresby, yeah.
Yeah, we'll touch on it briefly because we also have our match of the round tomorrow, so we'll have a chance to discuss those games a bit more in depth. But just quickly, your thoughts on that one, Spider?
I said Scoresby, and I stick with that. I think that they can beat Churnside. I know Churnside have done all the work in the past month, and their form's been really good, and they've done all this work to get there. And Scoresby at times have been a little bit inconsistent, but I just think getting some players back into their team, if they get the nucleus of this best team back in, they are as good as anyone going around. I know they've got about 8 or 9 players that have missed out on selection across the board this week. So that tells me that they've got a full complement of players to select from. So I think Scoresby have a mighty chance of getting this win. And I think, to be honest, on a ground like East Ringwood, that will suit their style of play as well, because they love to run and carry the ball, and they do have the physical bodies, but they do transition the ball very effectively. And if they get that the ball into that forward line, they can score really heavily, and I think they can defend as well. I think Churnside Park are more of a side that's only got that plan A. I don't know if they've got that defensive grunt about them. I think they're a bit egg in one basket sort of team. I know they've got the guys like Grant Stevens and Lee Aramatt and Itset King, etc. But this is a big challenge for them, and I just think that Scoresby, a lot of people have written them off, and I think it's unjustified. I think they've got a lot to offer in this final series. They might not win it, but I think they could certainly tick off a final, and that'd be a good step in the right direction after being relegated last season and having a season in Division 4 to develop. I think they're heading in the right direction, except for there's been a couple of inconsistent performances. But I think this season, if they can get one win in a final, I think it's a big tick for them.
Absolutely. Blake, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think judging on form, yes, Chirnside Park, they've been, all over the place. I think they've won 8 or 9 to get to where they are now, which is a 3rd place finish. But, I have liked Scoresby, I have liked what they bring. But I think just judging on form, I think I'm going to go Chirnside.
But they've got to do the heavy lifting in the finals, and that's the challenge.
Yes.
You can do it on the run to the finals, but you've got to be able to do it when it counts. And I'm just not sure they're going to be able to do it for an extended period of time. I think the challenge is there for them. I think there's a few other teams that might be just as desperate as them.
And just a quick one as well. I know as well, just a reserves game.
Yes.
It's a very tight game.
You would have heard the cheer in the background.
So East Burwood 8-9-57 to Templestowe 9-6-60. They were down.
Pretty much all afternoon.
And these two teams played an interesting game last year in the preliminary final too, if memory serves me correctly, in this grade. So they've got a big rivalry at reserves grade level, and Templestowe have obviously got both sides in. So testing the depth of both clubs.
Well, this is a qualifying final as well, so the loser will stay in and play someone next week. I've got
the winner plays. That's right.
Heathmont Mulgrave. So that's interesting tomorrow that Heathmont and Mulgrave face off as well. Let's jump into Premier Division. Now, a couple of big games. We're not going to worry too much about Doncaster Roeville. Roeville should win, get the percentage boost, make the top 2. Doncaster East, Vermont. Vermont probably still is the favourite for that one. If they win, they finish on top.
They're minor premiers.
Yep, minor premiers. There's a relegation battle that we'll talk about in a second, but let's talk about the top 6 battle, because right now Noble Park occupy 6th spot, Blackburn in 7th. They're both on the same wins percentage in favour of Noble Park, so if both lose, Noble Park make it and finish 6th. If Noble Park win, they make it, finish 6th, play finals. But if Blackburn win and Noble Park lose, Blackburn's got to defeat East Ringwood and Noble Park would have to lose to Baldwin. That is how you would see a change and Blackburn jump into the 6th. Blake, I'll start with you. Your thoughts on this one, on the 2 games. Can you make the case that Blackburn can knock off the Roos while the Bulls lose?
I think that to answer that question, Brian, I think Blackburn's inconsistency is where they've got them this year. Unfortunately, I just think, I don't think they're up to, where they want to be. I know they made finals last year. Yes, that's correct. But I just feel like East Ringwood, the way they want to go, I think they want to, I know looking at it now, I think if East Ringwood today, I think they can also, and if, let's say, Noble Park beat Baldwin, they could even jump to 3rd and they get the home rules for the finals. So East Ringwood have got a lot to play for, even though but also Blackburn as well. So, but I just feel like the inconsistency from Blackburn point of view is where it's going to get them. And Noble Park, I don't think they've really won many home games as well this year, which
been a surprise.
Yeah, considering what we saw them last year, I think they won majority of their home games away. But yes, they've got a few key player injuries, but this is where your depth comes in. So, but yeah, I think I'm going to go. I think Noble Park in an upset. I think they've got more to play for and all that, but I just think East Ringwood, they've got a lot to play for today. Same as Blackburn, but I think I'm going to go East Ringwood.
Yeah, this is not an upset for me. But Noble Park at home will win. I just think there's too much riding on this game for them. And spoke about it in the preview yesterday. Ryan Morrison's playing his 100th game for the club, comes back from suspension. Look, Noble Park played well last week and lost to Vermont. For elements of that game, they were in control. Vermont were sort of in 2nd and 3rd gear. They sort of took the foot off the pedal, but and had their chances. So, but and just couldn't quite capitalise. But I thought for generally a majority of that game, Noble Park were very competitive, and I think at home they can get the job done. And I think that they've got the nucleus of a core group that can get them over the line. The midfield battle today will be very important, as it was when the 2 teams played last time. And I think guys like your Caseys and Horton Milne, Sketcher, etc. There's too much riding on this game for them not to give 100% and get their team over the line and play finals and defend their title. And I think that they'll be able to get over the line. And I think for East Ringwood, there's a lot riding on it for them. They want to go into finals with some winning form, and they want to stop a team making the finals. So I think they're having that physical approach, that hard edge. Blackburn have to play, and they have to play fast today. They've got to score, and that's the big problem with Blackburn. It's been inconsistency all year. They've really got to get their running game going, and I'm just not sure against an East Ringwood midfield that has tremendous depth and firepower, guys like Bello, etc., plus the tools of Mundy, and they're going to be the keys to this game. So I think the physical presence of East Ringwood in a hard, arm wrestle game will get them over the line. And I think guys like Farmer, etc., will be able to kick enough goals to win the game and get the victory and deny Blackburn. But I think this is going to go right down to the wire, 100%. Being at Morden Park. I think Blackburn, they'll be in the game, but it's just whether they can capitalise on the opportunities. They're going to need guys like Paddy Layla. They're going to need guys like Ainsworth. They're going to need everyone in that Blackburn midfield. They're going to need defensive run from guys like Dunn. They're going to need Lockie Bajaya to play well. They're going to need big marks from Baker if he plays. They're going to need big marks from Lockie Harry. They're going to need someone to step up to the plate and deliver something special. I'm not sure they're capable of doing it, but it's going to be a big test for them. And for East Ringwood, they've been terrific coming up from Division 1, and they deserve their spot in the finals. And I think today we put a bit of a full stop on what has been a sensational rise up into Premier this year, and that'll really give them a big confidence booster going into a finals campaign with a win.
Now, just in the reserves game, that's another Templestowe goal. So they go to 10-6-66 to Eastfield 8-10-58. We're gone into time on now in the last quarter, so you would imagine they'll hold on
you would
there.
think that's pretty much done. Yeah, it wouldn't be long left, you wouldn't have thought.
Just a quick one as well. I think Templestowe have kicked... they've kicked 5 goals to East Burwood, no score. So since half time.
East Burwood haven't kicked a goal in this last quarter. They've just managed the 3
behinds. Stop to a walk, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so looks like a Templestowe win. That might be maybe something to look forward to for the Dockers fans.
But that also
today
gives the seniors coming onto the ground great confidence. It does, because it has that belief and it transpires into the change rooms. Yes, the reserves have done it, so we can do it as well. So that gives enormous confidence. Yes. And when you run out, it's a surreal feeling knowing the seconds have won a big final. We can do this too.
Yeah, it's a boost. Now, because I want to touch on your tip as well for this game in a second, Spider, but just let's talk about the relegation battle today, because South Croydon and Park Orchards, that spot still isn't decided. South Croydon take on Norwood out at Mullen Reserve today, and Park Orchards take on Berwick at home at Domini Reserve. Now, interestingly enough, Norwood and Berwick, who in 8th and 9th, have nothing to play for. So there's a case that you could say both South Croydon and Park Orchards can win today, despite probably going in as the underdogs. If South Croydon win, they'll make it on percentage. Doesn't matter if Park Orchards win. But if Park Orchards win and South Croydon lose, they'll jump into 10th and South Croydon will get relegated. Blake, your thoughts first on this one. Who you saying will make it and who's going to miss out?
Just a quick one as well before we get in my tip. Is it true Max King came back last week?
Yes, Max King did play.
That's massive. I think that's probably the biggest thing they've potentially had all year, really. Since
but is he fit?
Well, he kicked 3 goals. So.
And he kicked 3 goals, but we've discussed
They did play Donker. It's hard to know.
Yeah. But, I think if he's playing today, that's going to be massive for South Croydon, just because how big he is. Yes, he got listed today. And I think he's a huge difference maker to South Croydon, just the way they play. Yeah. Because he can go... Sorry, he had the sign there. But he can go forward, ruck, and, he can also... if down the forward line as well, he can go back as well. So it's going to be an interesting game for that. But I think South Croydon are going to go an upset. I don't know if it is an upset, but I'm going to go...
I'm with you. I've tipped South Croydon as well.
I'm going to go South Croydon.
Now, I'm going to go Norwood because I just think the ladder hasn't lied for the past 6 to 8 weeks. It doesn't lie at all. We're in any division in any form. So I just think the way they played this year, they haven't played up to their expectations and then to their levels. Their performances have been really poor, and I'm just really concerned that they're not going to be able to get this job done. I just don't think they're playing well enough. And playing away from home, Norwood, they're looking to farewell Marty Pask, and there's going to be a bit of change down at Norwood. Well, they need to win this game and really, put a bit of a mark on this game. But South Croydon, look, I think for them to win this game, they're going to need to kick and rely on guys like Wilson and King to kick the majority of their goals. They don't kick enough goals today, they simply don't win this game. And if that midfield gets beaten by this Norwood midfield that is a pretty good one, guys like Fallon and Dixon, etc., Well, it's the challenge is there, but for me, I'm tipping Norwood, and I'm also tipping Park Orchards. I think
Park Orchards.
I think they're going to survive. They've improved in the second half of the year, and they deserve their spot to survive in 2024. They've been really impressive in the back half of the year, and I think South Croydon have been the disappointing story across all 5 divisions in 2023. I'm just really disappointed with everything that's unfolded at that footy club. They should be doing a lot better than what they've delivered.
And just a quick one as well. Park Orchards, I think they want to play out for Dennis Armfield because he's going to be his last game this year as well. So Park Orchards, they want to win for him.
Oh, well, hopefully we'll see Dennis around.
Yeah, he's been a terrific 7 for Park Orchards. I think he arrived in 2018, I'm pretty sure. So he's done a really good effort to get where Park Orchards are now in Premier Division as well when he was in First Division because they put him, he coached them to where they are now in Premier. So I'm going to go Park Orchards just because it's at Park Orchards, and I think Park Orchards get a close one.
Yeah, home ground for me.
We've got 2 minutes, so we've got to be quick on this one. But Blake, you'll be joining us on the boundary, so we'll get your tip first just before we go to Spider. Your tip for the Templestowe versus Waverley Blues qualifying final?
I think Waverley. I think Templestowe's inconsistency, I just can't feel like I can trust them a little bit. But Waverley Blues, I think they've probably been Baronya's second. I think they'll face really good against Baronya. So I'm going to go Waverley Blues.
Now, Spider, your tip. Now, we've got a couple minutes. So
tipping Templestowe, I really think in a low-scoring game, it's not going to be a shootout because Templestowe won't play that way. They'll want to make this a low-scoring game as similar to what we've seen out here in the reserves. They will put the clamps on Waverley today. I'm not sure Waverley can get their game going on a small ground like here at Mitcham. I think this midfield battle is going to be enormous. Guys like Fogarty will take control of this game. If they get off to a good start, then the warning bells are certainly going to ring for the Waverley Blues, I think.
How good is the umpires coming out to the Star Wars? You can hear
it's classic, isn't it?
The background. They do it well in Mitcham, don't they?
They do it very well indeed. But I just think that Waverley Blues need to get on top early in this game, put scoreboard pressure on, and then put them on the back foot, Templestowe. But I just get a feeling that this is Templestowe's big moment for the season. I think they can really get it done. I think led by Mitchner in the ruck, who I think could be the dominant player on the ground.
Spider, Blake, thanks for joining us.
No worries,
Spider, you'll be giving us updates. You may even come back later. So thank you.
We're a busy man this afternoon, but enjoy the footy, and I can't wait for both games. All the games around the East.
Absolutely. And Blake, you'll be on the boundary line. We're going to go to our last break and then bring in the call team for the Division 2 qualifying final between the Waverley Blues and Templestowe.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, Eastland Match of the Round, Division 2 qualifying final at Walker Park between the Waverley Blues and the Templestowe Football Club. Both sides out there warming up at the moment. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Brett Beston, Dylan Smith, Wayne Brasher and Paul Uconi in the box for a massive finals clash. Brett, we'll start with you. Finals time again. It's come by very quickly.
It certainly has. Yeah, we look forward to this time of the year. The round robin stuff is great, but you get the finals and it's just a totally different feel, isn't it? I mean, everyone's sort of playing for the, either a place in the finals of their season, continuing the finals of their season. So a massive game today. Really looking forward to this one. Hopefully the weather holds and we're in for a cracker.
Absolutely. Paul Uconi in the stats centre as Dylan Smith at the moment gets his headset sorted. It is a very tight space in the box up here at Walker Park. Paul, how are you going?
Yeah, no, I'm going very well, and it's good to be back for finals.
Absolutely. Jeez, I'm just looking at the team sheet. Dean Lim back out. That's big news.
He's not out.
He's just changed his jumper number.
There's a few changes. Limbeck's in 30,
yep.
And Doug Royden's changed to 39. He was in, I think, just trying to find him. 18 he was in, so he's got to go as well.
There's nothing more that we love than jumper changes at the end. Waverley Templestowe in their clash jumper today. Dylan Smith joining us after your women's game this morning between Mitcham and Coldstream.
Yeah, I'm all good now. I've got the headset figured out, and I've come from the Mitcham women's game and now actually at the Mitcham ground. So I'm a little bit confused where I am. Watching Mitcham at Heathmont and now at the Mitcham ground watching Templestowe and Waverley Blues. So I'm all over the place, Ryan, but good to be on.
Absolutely, and I'm just checking. 39 is Doug Wooden. That is correct. So a couple of changes there, and then Josh Walker late out as well as Matt Perry. So that's a big loss for the Waverley Blues. Haven't had too much luck with injuries this year with a few key players. Wayne Brasher joining us again at Walker Park. We've got the music in the background.
Yeah, it's like a disc show, isn't it?
Oh, it's wonderful. I love finals. I really do like finals. Not only does it bring out the best of the best in football, but the best of the best in the commentators as well.
Absolutely.
So, and I'm looking forward to this clash. I think it's going to be a very interesting clash. I think there's a lot of good permutations for both sides, but look, with those ins and outs for both sides and a few jumper number changes, the intrigue's already started.
Absolutely, it certainly is. As we're going to cross down to the boundary side at the moment, Jared Beanland and Blake Tennant are down on ground level. Boys, how is it down there? The turf looks fantastic.
G'day, gentlemen, and g'day to all the listeners. The turf's really nice. It's pretty. It's not too soft, but it's a bit of a harder ground. But the rain should hold off. Hopefully, I checked the weather app, and it seems like we're not going to get too much of a drizzle during the game. And
Blake, thank you, Jane Bunn.
You're welcome. Blake hasn't turned his microphone on yet.
Well, Jared, while Blake's turned the mic on, your tip this afternoon?
Yeah, it's a really, really tricky one, but I think with the form that Waverley Blues are actually taking into this when you compare it with Templestowe, I've got Waverley Blues for this one. Blake? He's
still hasn't got Blake. Who'll grab
have you guys got me now?
Yes, Blake.
My one's not working. But anyway, I think I'm going to go Waverley Blues, just judging on form. So I'm going to go there. I think it's going to be a really close game. But yeah, as players get into position now, so it's going to be interesting. But yeah, as Brush said, how good is finals footy?
Absolutely.
It's well and truly back, so it's good to see.
Wayne Brasher, we'll start with your tip this afternoon before we get the first bounce.
Waverley Blues by about 27 points.
And Paul Uconi, your tip?
I'm going Waverley Blues by about 2 or 3 goals.
Dylan?
I'm going Templestowe by 14 points. I just think that their clearance dominance is going to be too much for the Waverley Blues. Even though they are shooting the lights out from clearance with their scoring, I think they'll just get too much of the ball, Templestowe.
Brett Beston?
Blues by 4 goals for me, even with a couple of outs. I think they'll be too good today.
Yeah, I've gone the Blues by a similar margin. That's actually quite good. We're quite split today, which is usually we're all on the one page. So that's great to see. And hopefully we do get a close contest out here at Walker Park. We're almost ready to go. Finals time. Division 2 qualifying final. The winner will go forward into a semi-final and take on Boronia next week on this ground on the Saturday. The loser will take on the winner of Heath Mulgrave on the Sunday. And we're all set to go. Brett Beston to take us away. Finals is here.
So finals is here. The big qualifying finals. The umpire gets it up as they fly high. Bo Mitchener with the hit out. He'll get plenty today too. Into the hands there of Meyer, who's taken in the tackle. And the umpire says we will ball it up. So up it goes again. Let's get on with the game. Make it a quick game today. Mitchener might have got the hit out there ahead of Perry. Now the ball on the ground. Diving and picking it up over there was Mohammed. Weaving out of traffic, but he left it behind. Still on the ground as it finally comes out. And bouncing Giovannini was there, but he couldn't get to it. And the Waverley Blues still have it. Thumped through by the boot into the full forward position. Up they fly. Placed it, it was. Waverley Blues, they've lost possession just for the moment. Rufus chasing back. Gets it, gives a handball back to the other Giovannini. That's Ryan. A little handball off there to Rufus again. Back inside. Mir got dispossessed. The ball goes loose. Under a bit of pressure here, Templestowe, but they're hanging on for the moment. The ball back to Hatch, and in the end, I think that's going to be a free kick. So they're going to get out of jail, I think. Just waiting for the umpire's signal. But regardless, it's going to be a free kick. So a little bit of pressure, but the Templestowe side survive for the moment.
Joel Hatch takes the free kick here, right in front of us. Just outside the centre square as he sends the Waverley Blues inside 50 for the second time this afternoon. Big pack of players fly. Place there couldn't quite grab it, and Templestowe have the numbers at ground level. And a short kick finds Jessup just on the half-back line at the moment. Hot start here out at Walker Park between the two sides, finishing in the double chance. Down the line, looking for Limback at the back, pushed in front, and he gave away a free kick there to Ryan Sapanchi, or no, to Turner, who's back in the side. In the second half of the season, has missed a few games. Short kick backwards, finds a target, and they'll just slow things down before an option presents itself into the middle. That's a good kick. It fell off the chest there of Mohammed, but they do all right because Turner picked it up and kicks them inside 50. A 1-2 contest, placed it at the back, couldn't quite hold it. At ground level, Waverley Blues have some numbers. The handball was cut off to Hale. Tried to get it back there to O'Connell. Ball hits the ground, and now a chance for the Dockers to send themselves forward. Inside 50. Limback's the target. Bounced off his head almost. Fell to a teammate there in Alex Brown, the captain. Shot on goal for the first of the day. Hits the post. And just a minor score. Templestowe one behind. The Waverley Blues yet to score.
Paulie Carney in the stats centre.
Templestowe have come out of blocks early with their pressure. They've got 5 tackles to 1 already. So really good start there by Templestowe.
And so it's the Waverley Blues to bring it back in, doing a bit of defending. They haven't done too much of that in the early stages as the ball gets right over the top. Watson worked his man under the ball and takes the mark. So he's going to go forward now, trying to find one of the big targets. Where's Big Mitchener? Is he there? He gets over the top, and there's a whistle. And which way is this going to go?
Waverley.
It's going to go the way of the Waverley Blues. So Turner it is.
Unrealistic attempt.
So Turner it is who gets the mark. The free kick. Spreads it out wide. He should be able to find gets right over the top of the man out there who was Hale. Still in. Hale gets it back, puts it down the line. Gets over the back of McSwain. Still in over there on the far side. Giovannini couldn't quite trap it. Now it's back there. The little kick forward. Can they get a mark? Yes, they can. Well taken there by Perry. So Perry it is. Nick Perry. Little short chip, and it's gone over the top. Still in over there. Trying to dive on it was Hatch. Loose on the ground, and it's been wrapped up over there by one of the Templestowe players. The umpire says, let's have a ball up.
One thing I've noticed here, Ferraro and Mitchener, who are going up in the ruck in the centre clearances, are playing very wide of each other throughout general play.
So Mitchener got the tap down. Chance here for McLeanan, who got the ball going forward. Jess up with it. Passed it off. Now they go inside 50, deep into attack. Underneath there, the Waverley Blues have got some numbers to mop this one up, but they can't quite pick it up. And a good tackle there by Ioannidis. and might even be rewarded for it. Not quite, so we'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Dockers. 4 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Another interesting move is Alex Brown playing forward, normally plays centre-half back.
Yeah, almost had the first goal of the day. And here's a chance. Ambulita's got it out to Mustafa. Now a chance for Giovannini. Back in the side this week. Sends a long kick up forward. Underneath there was Turner. Got a hand to it. Couldn't quite take it down. The follow-up tackle there is given a free kick away. So Duck's given a free kick in the back or high. So a chance here for the Dockers to Ioannidis.
Signalled high tackle there.
So a set shot on goal for the Dockers. One behind at the moment. Waverley Blues yet to score. Coming up to the 5th minute mark of this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
The Alex Brown one's really interesting, Brash, because he's had quite a few touches there in the first few minutes as well.
You know, he's renowned as being the linchpin at centre-half back, but I reckon it's probably not a bad move just to upset Tommy Langford's plans for him.
So Ioannidis will line up. He's kicked 8 goals for the season. This will be for number 9 in the first of the afternoon, and he has got it on the board. Templestowe are 1-1-7 to the Waverley Blues yet to score. We've gone 5 minutes into the first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
They seem to have settled very well early here. Templestowe, they're winning around the stoppages at the moment. Waverley Blues just been a little wasteful going forward, just not hitting targets.
So territory-wise, it has been the Waverley Blues that have had the better of the game, but not on the scoreboard as the Templestowe side, and that's often the best position to be in too, because if you can pinch points against the grain, it's often pretty valuable. As Mitchell goes up against Perry, the ball comes out, and they'll go forward again. Templestowe trying to kick it forward. There was Hardwick, but it's trapped up on the ground. I think Rufus is under that lot, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up just outside the arc. So up it goes again. Mitchell works his way to the front spot, just punched it forward there, trying to find a teammate. Ball tapped down, and Giovannini gets taken without the football, does he? What does the umpire say? No play on? No, we're going to come back.
Smart little tap there by Brown as well.
Yeah, but that was a well-worked free kick too.
So, sorry, it's Mustafa. It's Mustafa, sorry.
Mustafa.
So Mustafa it is. He's going to have a crack. No, he decides he's too far out, so he gives it off instead to McSwain. He launches one inside the goal square. A couple of players go down, but that's a mark is taken.
Alex Brown.
And that's the man we were talking about, Alex Brown. He's gone forward. Normally a backman, but maybe that's the reason he's gone forward, because he's hauled that in one-hander. That's a great mark. As we watch the replay, we'll be able to see what happens. And look at that.
One
Bang!
hand.
The big claw comes out. If we had a mark of the day, that'd be right up there. So this should be a goal for Brown. He's put it through. So what a start this is for the Templestowe side.
He looks like a really difficult matchup for Waverley Blues down there.
So we'll go down to the boundary with Jared Beanland.
Yeah, just on that matchup,
Just lost Jared.
We've got Sam Hale going, Alex Brown, and it was Dean Lembach is being played on by Strongman.
Just missed the first part of that. So we got a couple of technical problems down on ground level, but at the moment, Templestowe 2-1-13 to the Waverley Blues yet to score. 7 minutes gone in this first quarter.
Templestowe killing Waverley Blues out of clearances, 4-1 Templestowe's way.
Absolutely. Perry and Mitchell go at it again. This time it's Perry who wins out, but he's caught in a tackle, just got his hands away. Bit of pressure here on the Waverley Blues at the moment. Here's Hale, tries to get a clearance forward. The handball was to a teammate that was caught right away. Good tackle there by Jai Hardwick, stamping his authority early on this game. We'll get the ball up again. Mitchiner out strengthens Perry there. Got the tap out, and inside 50 to Dockers go again. The ball wasn't kind to him, but it actually might work out all right for Nagel out on the far side. Right here, caught in a tackle by Turner, and that's a brilliant run-down tackle from Ben Turner, who's been fantastic for the club, and a short kick backwards to Rufus.
Well, if this continues at this rate, Ben Turner's going to have one of their busier days, because he's going to have a lot of defending to do as Rufus has it. Chips it back to Turner. So Waverley Blues just need to get the ball forward and try and get some points on the board. They're yet to score with that 8.5 minutes gone. They had a good start, but since then it's been all Templestowe. The kick finds its mark. No, it doesn't. Rufus lost it. Templestowe have got it back again, but a good tackle as Toby Ryan is thrown to the ground.
I wonder if Nick Baxanis has done his homework a little bit here and notice whether the Waverley Blues have got a height deficiency in that back 50 of theirs.
So Perry comes over the top, but there's a free kick, much to the remonstration of the Templestowe players, and Perry will have the free kick for the Blues.
I think that might be Ferraro.
Nick Perry, his brother, a late out today, goes inside 50 for the Dockers, for the Blues. Play said there, just got his handball off and a free kick too. No, free kick against him, actually going towards the Dockers. Doug Wooten changing numbers to number 39. Had a fantastic job against Ben Robertson the last time we saw the Dockers live for a match of the round. And we'll get a ball up here on the far side.
I reckon Michael Fogarty's wearing 15.
He certainly might be.
Because I'm not seeing number 1, and I reckon I've seen him come off the ground.
So Hale read that tap well, grabbed the ball, but handballed it backwards. And here, Hardwick can go inside 50 for the Dockers. It's a 1-on-2 out the back. A little tap there by Brown. They've got some numbers. A dribbling ball. If it bounces through, there's your goal of the day. What a finish there from the Dockers. And they're out to a fast start here. 3-1-19 to the Waverley Blues yet to score.
Fogarty is at 15, boys. I forgot to change it on my original team sheet, so just another jumper change.
It was a brilliant finish in a tough angle.
And just holding back, I reckon that the height of Brown is actually worrying the back six at the moment of Waverley Blues. They don't seem to be able to get any traction, and if you've noticed, the Templestowe forward 50 are able to get around Alex Brown because it's creating a mismatch.
So back into play as the ball is going to go forward again, and Templestowe having a great period. Good tackle on Sapanchi as the ball is socking up the ground. Let's go to Bo. Blake, at least, not Bo.
Bo turned it down then.
Bo's making a guest appearance.
Well, Blake's actually grabbing the ball right now, so he's a little indisposed.
I've got Bo Mitchener on the mic.
Just a quick one, yeah. Bo Mitchener is now going as key forward, so he's starting as a full forward now. He's swapped in the ruck.
Sorry, Blake, it's too confusing because Blake's brother is Bo, for those who don't know. So
Playing at the moment, Bo, as well.
Yes.
Paul?
Yeah, really efficient start by Templestowe. They've kicked 3 goals, 1 from 5 entries.
So Tommy Langford just standing there trying to find someone to kick to. There's not a lot to kick to at the moment. Eventually he looks out wide for a target and he finds it. Oh, big tackle over there. Taken there by Meyer. Did pretty well. Goes inboard now, Meyer. Little short kick, finds a target. So they seem to that's Turner. He's done some good work in defence. Goes across to Mattel. Now Mattel out wide. So this is all well and good just chipping it across the back line, but they need to try and find a way forward, which they're struggling to do at the moment. And just a little bit of hesitation. Now they go forward. They're going to go down the line to try and find a target inside 50. Ball gets right over the back. And it's been gathered in there by one of the Waverley Blues players who sends it long. And it's going to go into the pocket and happy just to take it through for a behind. So Waverley Blues finally get on the board for the day, but they trail at the moment 3 goals straight to 1 behind Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
12 minutes gone in this first quarter, and that kick in will come back.
I think even more concerning for the Waverley Blues, Brush, other than that differential in the forward line, is the fact that they just can't play that run and gun game.
No.
Haven't been able to get it going yet. Still early stages of this game. Templestowe obviously off to a very fast start, and they'll clear it out here. Mark on the far side. Chance for the Dockers to send themselves forward once again. Healy goes down the line looking for a target. He's got it. There's Watson, Bailey Watson. Just slow play at the moment, but they've been able to manage to work it up now into the forward 50, just outside. Ball hits the deck. There's Hardwick, got the handball away, and now they're inside 50 again. It's a 1-on-2 contest. Mitchener had 2 to beat. Out the back, it dropped to a teammate, but out of bounds. So we'll get a boundary throw in.
With the addition of Mitchener now, who's probably resting in the ruck, he's probably going to rest in the forward line and stretch that Templestowe defence even more for height.
So just waiting for the umpire to throw it in on the far side of the ground. If you've just joined us, nice to have you aboard on Radio Eastern 98.1 and across Facebook and YouTube. It's the Waverley Blues and Templestowe in the qualifying final. It's 19-1 at the moment, so he's picked up there by Meyer, and he's going to get a free kick, but the umpire has played the advantage, I think. Now placed dead, back to Meyer. Meyer goes over the top, finds a target out wide there, putting themselves under a lot of pressure. Meyer gets it back. That was good interlinking play in the end. The kick down the line, but it's been turned over, and Goldsmith has it, and Templestowe to come back.
So they will do exactly that. Down the line finds Toby Ryan on the wing. There's a Blues player down behind play as well is about to come off. I'm sure the boundary riders will keep an eye on that as Toby Ryan sends the Dockers into attack once more. It's a 1-on-2 contest out the back. Almost might work out okay for it. Running into it first is Hale. Caught right away. Pushed aside there, the Blues. They were able to clear it out through O'Leary. back to where it came from, and a mark here by Giovannini. Been able to cut off most, and that kick into Brown, who's all by himself in the middle of the ground, kicks him inside 50, looking for Mitchener, and hits him up perfectly, and Mitchener will line up for the Dockers' fourth of the
He
afternoon.
is clearly the best man on the ground at the moment, Alex Brown. He is tailing up the opposition here, whether he's running back or forward at the contest.
What a masterstroke from Nick Batsanis.
Yes, a massive move, and it's worked out really well so far for the Dockers, who have started this game on fire. This would be a 24-point lead if Bo Mitchener can steer this through. The kick on its way. It's a good-looking kick. It sounded good off the boot, but the wind held it right, and just a minor score. So 3-2, 20 the Dockers. The Waverley Blues one behind, 14, coming up to 15 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the first quarter. Blake Tennant on the boundary.
Just got an injury update from the Waverley Blues camp. Just a quick one. Omar Mohammed has just come off. I think it was from that tackle off play. So I'll get back to you shortly on that one.
Thank you, Blakey. Good work as the ball is in the hands of Strongman across the half-back line. He gives it off. Bit of a shonky pass to Langford. Put him under pressure, but he did pretty well to burst away. And the ball kicked to about the centre of the ground. They just can't get anything going at the moment, the Waverley Blues, because they're being put under enormous pressure.
You saw there at half-back, they tried that run and gun with the handball. They tried to go fast, but they just can't do it. Templestowe, the pressure's too good at the moment.
That's right, Dylan. They're just not allowing them to play their normal game as the ball comes out there, and that'll be a free kick, I think, for in the back. Going the way of Templestowe. It is in the hands of Giovannini of the Carl variety.
So Carl Giovannini, short kick there, finds Hardwick. He's had plenty of the ball early. Hardwick will send the Dockers just into attack here. Play sets in the middle. Out the back was Brown. He'll end up with a footy. And he's caught in a tackle by Turner, and will get a ball up just outside the 45-metre arc. Outside the... Yes, Paul in the Sat Centre.
So the tackles are 10-8 the way of Templestowe, and this will now be 10 clearances to 2 the way of Templestowe.
So another ball up here, right on the arc, 45-metre arc here at Mitcham as they label it. Place it in the ruck, got the tap out to Hale. He's wrapped in the tackle holding the ball. He's spun around a couple of times. They didn't like that. Giovannini passes it off to Ryan. Langford tried to tackle him. Ryan gets past him up to Carl Giovannini. Back to Ryan into a difficult angle. How's the kick of it? Just falls to the left, a minor score. Very tight angle, and Templestowe moved to 3-3-21. The Waverley Blues one behind. 17 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So a little ambitious by Ryan, but that's the way Templestowe are playing, with plenty of confidence, so they believe they can pretty much score from anywhere as the Waverley Blues bring it out of defence. The best thing that can happen for them at the moment is quarter time as Giovannini it is, of the Ryan variety.
4 intercept marks to 1 in favour of Templestowe at the moment.
Thanks, Paulie. Taken there by Warren. They just really need to get to quarter time so they can just have a break and try and regroup and work out what's gone wrong in this first quarter. As juggled there by number 15, that is Fogarty. As the ball can now Waverley Blues to bring it away. Now it's Mattel. He got a little handball off. Good work there by Hale. He shrugged the tackler. Weaves inside. He's going to go inside 50, but it's a bit of a wasted kick. It might still work out. There's Williamson. We haven't called his name at all today as he gets chugged off the ball.
Well done.
And that's brilliant play. Actually, just mentioning Williamson, it's not going to be a day probably for full forwards today. 52 goals. He's their big man, but he hasn't really got near it so far. As Templestowe go down the line.
Oh, here we go.
Ball on the ground. They're a chance here to go for a goal, and they've got it. As the ball just fell loose on the goal square. I'm just trying to pick up the number there. It is
34.
Number 34. That is Ioannidis.
He's got 3.
I don't think Templestowe's forward line has looked good this good all year.
So Templestowe running right moment. It's 27-1 as we go boundary with Jared Beanland.
If we still had our award for player of the day, that would have been it for sure. That was incredible ball movement, a huge looping handball onto a huge thump on, and then just one kick and they were inside 50.
They got classically turned on the turnover there, Waverley Blues.
Boundary, just quickly, boys. Omar Mohammed just come back on the ground now. So
thanks there to Blake as Fogarty tries to get the clearance going forward. Here's Giovannini. Ryan tackled there by Langford in the middle.
Yeah, well, they're really dominating on the turnover. Templestowe, they've kicked 3 goals from turnovers. Templestowe.
If you want to play that game too, where you handball, and you do turn it over, you're going to get scored against heavily.
Well, here they go again. Fogarty, the bouncing kick out the back. They've got some numbers again. You saw before, Mitchener was all by himself, so even if Ioannidis didn't want it himself. He had an option over the top. So
I think they're a bit shell-shocked here, Waverley Blues, because Templestowe have come out with some real intensity here.
they've almost doubled their score from last week, the Dockers. Mitchin in the ruck, got it out to Jessup. Bouncing kick forward is a dangerous one here for the Waverley Blues. They've got to be careful. Getting into their first was Mustafa and wrapped up in the tackle and holding the ball. So well done there by Samuel Hale, who'll clear it out for the Waverley Blues. And they've got to play out here, and Kramer can run. He's got plenty of space in front of him. He'll send it inside 50, looking for Williamson. He can run onto this. So can Mohammed. He does. He picks it up cleanly, puts it on the right boot. Waverley Blues on the board. 1-1-7 to Templestowe, 4-3-27. Coming up to the 20-minute mark of this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
We've just got a sign there of what Waverley Blues can do when they get the ball on their terms. They cut Templestowe right open then, and were able to actually keep most of Templestowe's players in the forward 50 on the turnover.
Paul Uconi in the stats centre.
The clearances are just unbelievable. Templestowe are giving Waverley Blues an absolute shellacking. It's 12 clearances to 2, the way of Templestowe.
So cracking goal from Omar Mohammed. We saw him just off the ground just a couple of minutes ago, just struggling with some sort of injury. But
they needed that goal, didn't they, Best?
I think they did.
They did indeed, but he looked absolutely fine there. He got onto the end of it and looked completely fit. But he's such a star player, Omar Mohammed. They can rest assured they can't afford at least to lose him. Perry comes over the top, gets the head out, but it's fallen for Templestowe again. They really need back-to-back goals here. Turner, he's under a bit of pressure, but he got a handball. You're kidding me, umpire.
Good tackle again.
That was harsh. I thought he got rid of that. I watched the replay. I stand corrected, but I'm pretty sure he got rid of that in time.
This clearance battle is getting out of hand here for Waverley Blues.
That was a throw.
Okay, it was a throw. Fair enough. No, I thought he got the little handball in there, so I stand corrected. Sorry, umpire.
It'd be interesting I'd like to see the tackles inside 50 for the Tempe forward 50.
So it's going to be Schwarzer. He's going to go back and take the shot at goal.
Miss.
As he's pulled it to the left. That's a bad miss.
Be kicking them.
So you've got to kick those in finals, Brash. You're 100% right. So a bit of a let off there, but it's 4-4-28 to 1-1-7, and we're into time on. About 21 gone in this first term.
Around the grounds out at Tormore Reserve, it is Montrose 2-3-15 to Mitcham, yet to score 16 minutes into that game as the Waverley Blues look to clear it out. A mark here just on the boundary line. The Waverley Blues. They'll send themselves forward. Looking right into there is Giovannini in the middle of the pack. Got the handball out, couldn't quite take the mark. Down the line, looking for Healy. Bounces out of bounds. So we get a boundary throw in right in front of our boundary riders on the broadcast side.
The saving grace for the Waverley Blues is here that they are the fastest scoring team in the division, so they can pile on the goals quickly.
Yeah, they certainly can. If they can get another one and only be 15 points down at quarter time, I think it's probably a good result. Langford, a quick handball forward. Running onto this will be Fogarty if he can pick it up cleanly. He did. The handball was cut off, and here's Langford, who's wrapped up by two Dockers and will get a ball up, but closer to the Waverley Blues forward 50. 22 and a half minutes gone here at Walker Reserve, the qualifying final. Really important clash. Neither side will be out of it if they lose. Here's Langford, handball out. This could be Omar Mohammed who can run onto it. Just got his foot to the ball, wrapped up into a tackle. There was a high free kick and it's going the way of the Waverley Blues. And here's a chance. It's Rufus. He's outside the forward 50 arc, or the 45 here at Walker Park. He'll short kick it into the pocket, and that's a beautiful kick. And the Waverley Blues will have another chance on goal, and a chance here for O'Connell to have his first goal of the afternoon. Very tough angle, though.
They've just settled in the last 5 minutes, Waverley Blues. They've just taken the sting out of the game for a minute here.
They have. Templestowe probably haven't quite punished them as much as they would have.
No, they haven't.
Their dominance here. O'Connell, it's a good-looking kick, but it was over the goal post, and it's a minor score. So 1-2-8, the Waverley Blues trail by 20 points. Templestowe 4-4-28, 23 minutes gone in the first quarter.
So in fairness, it would have been some kick because he had a fairly tough angle, but he made a decent go of it. So it's Toby Ryan, one of the stars of this Templestowe side, super player. He's going to bring it back in. I hope they don't moz him now. He hits it, he finds a target, thank goodness, in the hands of Healy. I've done that a few times this year. Healy out to the back pocket and taken out there. I think that's McSwain, is it, on the far side there? So we've had nearly 24 minutes gone in this first term, and what a term it's been for the Templestowe side. didn't have too much love in the tipping before the start of the game, but they've proved most of us wrong as Williamson gets a handball off. Now a chance to go inside 50, but there's a little bit of hesitation, and the handball goes back to Sapanchi, who went without it. Now it's on the ground and then across the boundary line, although there was a whistle, so just going to have a throw in, I think. Indeed, so 24 minutes gone, 28-8, so 20-point margin in favour of Templestowe.
So boundary throw in here inside the forward 50 for the Blues. No one can make a clear win of this. Wrapped up into a tackle at Mohammed. Ball comes out, Rufus is there underneath it. Tap forward, Mohammed tried to get the handball forward, and we might get another stoppage. 24 coming up to the 25-minute mark. 20-point lead here for the Dockers in the qualifying final. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube. Tap forward. Here's Warren. Tries to clear it out, but it's cut off. Now Sapanchi got the handball off. Duck goes inside 50, and that's a turnover right into the hands of Jake McSwain for the Dockers. We can just slow things down. They'd be pretty happy with this first quarter. Long kick out. This might work out if it falls out the back. And they've got some runners. First to it is Giovannini. Ryan Giovannini wrapped up in tackle by Perry. And we'll get a ball up on the far wing, right in front of our final series Division 2 banners, which are new this season. You can see if you're watching on the Facebook and YouTube streams. The tap out here for the Blues. Running onto it was Middle, and he caught for holding the ball. So a free kick here to Hardwick.
She didn't have much time there.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but the Dockers may have a chance here for a late goal. Limbach's in good position and strong hands. He's right on the arc. He wants to play on right away. Doesn't want to take the set shot, and the siren's going to beat him. Punched over the line there. And
umpire O'Neill going to clarify whether that is a score.
So at the moment,
Siren had gone well before that happened, I think.
So
no score.
At quarter time, it is Templestowe 4-4-28 leading the Waverley Blues 1-2-8. Brett Beston with the goal kickers in that first quarter.
So Ioannidis has been the star for Templestowe. He's got 3. Brown has the other one. He's been a bit of a star as well. And it's been Omar Mohammed with the solitary goal for the Waverley Blues. But Templestowe have certainly had control, and they lead at quarter time 4-4-28 to 1-2-8. A quick break and then back with more from Walker Park in the big qualifying final out here this afternoon.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round between the Waverley Blues and the Templestowe Football Club. At the moment, at quarter time, is the Dockers 4-4-28, leading the Blues 1-8. We're going to have a quick look around the grounds at some of the scores happening in Premier Division. It was all tied up between East Ringwood and Blackburn, 2-1 apiece. Park Orchards 4-3-27 lead Berwick 1-4-10. We'll jump into Division 1. Earlier in that game, it was 2-3 to Zip. It is now 4-3-27 to Zip in favour of Montrose. So Mitcham got a bit of work to do there. Jumping into Division 3, the qualifying final between Donvale and Furniture Gully. Haven't unfortunately got any results there just yet. And out at East Ringwood Reserve for the Div 4 qualifying final, Surrey Park have jumped Kilsyth 4 straight 24 to the Cougars 1-3-9. We'll continue getting those results across the game. But Wayne Brasher, Dylan Smith, I'll start with you two and your thoughts on that first quarter where Templestowe jumped out of the gates.
Yeah, I just thought they were able to just completely take away Waverley Blues' game style. And I think if you're in that coaching group, you're so wrapped. Those moves that they made with Alex Brown going forward, that's been huge. But what they've also been able to do around the ball with their tackling pressure, that's meant that Waverley Blues can't hurt them going the other way. So, yeah, super performance by them so far.
We've got Blake Tennant on the boundary line with us.
Yeah, just a quick one. Sorry, no coach, of course, with Tom playing. So what he said was he just wanted a bit more run and carry. He wanted a bit more handball receives, a lot more than that. And he wants to bring more physicality into the game. He feels like that was dropping in that quarter. He also did mention as well during that is that he wants him to waste like 10 seconds just to refresh, regroup, then look for that easy target. He felt like they weren't doing that. It's going to be interesting to see how they can go. I've got Jared as well.
Yeah, so I was at the Templestowe huddle. Nick Batsonis was very happy with the way they were defending specifically. He had big ups for Doug Wooten specifically, but also they were very conscious of Waverley Blues' front running game. They want to make themselves a little bit more accountable at the clearances. As much as they're smashing them at the clearances, they want to be able to make sure that they don't have that front running game. So they want to play a bit more man-on-man at the stoppages.
So all set for the second quarter. Brett Beston to take us underway.
So Mitchell goes up, gets it up over Perry, and they win the clearance, but that's going to be a free kick for in the back. No, it's just going to be a ball up. So up it goes again, secondary ball up. Mitchell works his way to the front spot, knocks it down. Rufus picks it up for the Blues, but he ran straight into trouble on the tackle of Warren. So it's a ball up fest at the moment. This will be the third one. We've hardly moved. Up it goes again. Mitchell again. Knocks it down. Rufus is there, but he couldn't take it, and it's been another one. We'll just stay here for the rest of the game, shall we?
Right in front of us in the grandstand, we've got the Bronya and Heathmont coaches.
So up it goes again. Can someone please get a clearance? The ball comes out through the hands, and finally it does come out. Now the Waverley Blues going forward.
Over the shoulder.
There's a whistle, and there's going to be a free kick. They play on. Has advantage been played? I think it has. The kick forward there by Playstead, bouncing out towards the pocket, and it's gone out of bounds.
I think the other thing too that I'd like to add is that I think Waverley Blues can thank their lucky stars that they're probably not 8 points further adrift in this game, because I think there was a few wasted opportunities there by Templestowe in that first quarter.
And there's Mitchiner who just bullies his opponent to clear it out, but it's not going to go too far because here's Nick Perry to take the intercept mark and send the Waverley Blues back inside 50, but it's all Templestowe numbers here. Giovannini spoiled it and picked it up himself, and that kick just reaches his target before the line. And Josh Warren here takes an important mark for the Dockers.
Do you think the Waverley Blues are right to keep playing that run and gun game, Brash, or do you think they need to change something?
No, I think they're committed to the game style, Dylan.
So Mustafa goes down the line looking for Brown, almost took a big mark, and he's been paid the mark too. So Alex Brown here, the captain, he's had a big afternoon so far in the first quarter and a bit as he sends him inside 50. That kick's going to be a turnover, and they're going to be off straight away. Hale was in a bit of a dangerous position here, tried to get it off and under a lot of pressure, but they managed to escape. And a chance here for Langford, maybe bounce just before the line, so we'll get a boundary throw in.
They're too committed to that game style, and the thing is, my major worry has been all season, do they have a plan B, Waverley Blues, when they don't get the game on their terms?
Well, they're committing to it at the moment, Brash, so I think it won't be too much longer if it doesn't work out that they're going to have to pull or move the magnets at least.
I think Dylan made a good point that they do score quickly, so 20-point margin to them is only probably a 2-goal thing.
And if Templestowe just drop off that couple of percent and they don't have the pressure around the ball.
So up it goes. Plenty of players in the ruck. Perry got the head out for the Blues. Into the hands here of Fresher. In fact, it is Fresher. And another stoppage. So plenty of stoppages in this. It's been a bit stop-start this second quarter. Not sure who that favours as it goes up again. Mitchener takes it out of the ruck and slams it onto the boot, gets it forward. Mark taken there, and they'll go inside 50. There's the kick. Who's going to get on the end of it?
Free
Gets
kick.
right over the top. Brash calling for the free kick, nothing doing though, and it's taken out of bounds.
Well, he did jump very early, and there was really no intent to mark the football then.
It's probably a fair case, but the umpire gave the benefit of the doubt.
It's too much height on that ball from Jessup there. He had to go for the low.
Yeah.
And throw it in the half-forward line.
So the ball brought back into play by mentioning the ruck against Perry. Again, bullies Perry out of it, but the kick forward is cut off, and a mark here by Serpanchi. Deep in defence for the Waverley Blues. Trailing by 20 points in this qualifying final. Early stages of the second quarter. That's a good kick. Clearing out to Playstead. Been around for a while. Dan Playstead plays on. He's got a runner in Serpanchi who's done a lot of work, but he's caught by 3 Dockers. Just got his handball away in time. Playstead, handball forward and caught high here was the Waverley Blues player by Giovannini. And he's holding him down very strategically. Carl. So a free kick here to Chris Duck, who'll pass it off right away. A chance now for Hatch to send the Blues deep into attack. Punch from behind against Mitchener. Cleared out here from the Dockers by Healy. And a mark taken. That's a beautiful mark there by Melitsis. And they've been able to get out of danger for the moment.
Once again, the Dockers repelling the Waverley Blues pretty comfortably to it, has to be said. As Melitsis, John Paul Melitsis, gets the kick forward. It's not a great one though, and it's easily cut off by Perry. Not too many mistakes today, but that was one of them for the Dockers. So, but you can see the indecision from the Waverley Blues. They just don't seem to know where to go as the kick just gets turned over. This weight of numbers, little handball off there from Ferraro. Now it's Giovannini, goes inside. Mark nicely picked off there by Hardwick. They should be able to go inside 50 again. There's the kick, and they hit a target into the pocket. It's a one-on-one, but over the top. And a good defensive mark taken there by Turner, who's trying so hard to keep his side in the game, and he gets a short kick off and finds a player there in Duck.
So he's Duck to McNamara. Mark at the half-back line. They have steadied in this game, but that kick is right into a dangerous spot. It was touched off the boot before Toby Ryan marked it.
5 intercept marks already in this quarter for Waverley Blues.
It feels like at the moment Templestowe are basically just saying to Waverley Blues, come through the corridor, just try us, and they just cannot get through.
So they're out again here. Here's Mustafa, who will take a couple of bounces and go inside 50 in front of Ioannidis. Bounce didn't quite favour him, but it works out all right for Jessup. Just gets his kick away, falls now to Mustafa, who puts a shot on goal. There's a Waverley Blues player in the square to take the mark in Turner, and he'll short kick that to Sam Mear.
So it's Meyer out on the far side. And can they get them? That's a dodgy kick, but it falls all right for them, so they're a bit lucky there. Waverley Blues as they come out of defence again, but you're almost waiting for them to turn it over, although they've managed to get something going here. This is better. This is what they've been trying to do for most of the game. They kick forward, and it's going to beat everybody and go across the boundary line, but that was better. And they've got some territory. At least they'll have to throw it in the forward pocket.
Gee, that was a really wasted inside 50 there by Templestowe. They really did butcher that one. They should have scored, actually.
He had a runner on the inside there too.
And so when it goes, up they fly. Ball on the ground, trying to get his hands on it was Hardwick. And he makes the tackle on the end, and we'll have a ball up.
So we'll get a ball up inside 50 here for the Blues. 1-2-8 to 4-4-28. 6.5 minutes gone in this second quarter out at Walker Park in this qualifying final. The Dockers clear it out. Fell through the hands of Turner. Managed to actually pick it up in the end. Kick forward is a turnover. And the Dockers on the half-back line are holding strong. The Waverley Blues have been pushing a little bit more in this second quarter. They'll send themselves down the line looking for Brown. He's got a couple to beat, and that's probably a good result for the Dockers as it's punched over the line. We'll get a boundary throw in. About 55 out from home for the Dockers. On the White Horse Road end of the ground. Got the marquee set up here at Walker Park. Ground looks fantastic. Probably not the biggest crowd yet. We had a good crowd of the 19s, Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully. That game going to the last kick of the day. And then Templestowe got the win in the reserves against East Burwood. So a big afternoon of finals football. Ball up here, Mitchener. The tap out. Muhammad got it. Passed it off. They link up. Langford there sees it out of bounds, and we're back in the same position again.
Mitchener is clearly in control in the ruck, dominating the tap outs. Templestowe just not able to take full toll of his dominance so far.
He's not only getting the hit-outs, but he's finding his targets. He's hitting it almost down the throat of his followers pretty much every time. Not on that occasion, but that was a re-up. As Langford goes in there and picks it out for the Waverley Blues, puts a kick forward in the middle of the ground. Mark taken there by McSwain. It's just like a wall of Templestowe players. Every time the ball comes out, they seem to be able to turn it over. Far side of the ground, little kick from Goldsmith. And the mark is taken across there by Jessup, I think that is. Now they go inside 50, into the pocket, but back there goes Turner. Mr. Dependable for the Waverley Blues takes the mark, and they'll survive for the moment.
So Brown's kick was intercepted by Turner, who short kick finds middle. Right in the middle of their back half. He'll kick down the line into a dangerous spot here. Toby Ryan will pick it up cleanly. He's run down. Big tackle, and that's holding the ball. And the Waverley Blues will take this. They want to play on straight away. Fresher got the handball off to Langford. Langford off to Muhammad in the middle of the ground. And back to Langford. Langford inside 50 for the Waverley Blues. Bouncing ball out from behind there. Williamson tapped it forward. Smart little tap. In here is Langford. No free kick paid, and a play on as we get a ball up inside 50 here. Boundary side.
Just been really impressed with the work rate of Mitchener. He's consistently dropping back and filling the hole for Templestowe. He's not just dominating in the ruck.
So ball up. Mitchener got the tap out. Again, he's had a big impact so far. Langford picks it up, and he's got two Dockers to contend with.
And
so we'll get another ball up inside 50.
If you're Mitchener's direct opponent there in Perry, just try to run him around the ground a little bit. He's too concerned about him just running with him. Just try and get off and get some possessions yourself.
So on that occasion it was Perry. He came over the top and got the hit out. Little handball there, still in play. It's kicked down the line, but it's been cut. No, I think the mark is taken but not paid. Might be Ferraro, I think, who... Yes, it is.
The other problem is, though, is Perry's not playing accountable football because he's actually letting Mitchener lead into the contest.
Yep. Not preempting anything, but Mitchener is a big boy, so if you were to run him around the ground, he might run out of steam later in the game. Not sure what his fitness levels are like as the ball comes up. It's Mitchener again.
Free kick.
Almost a high tackle there, but the umpire has paid it. Almost lost his head there, Josh Warren, and he'll have a free kick on the half-back line. So he stabs it up the line, trying to find a target, gets over the back in the hands of Hale for a moment, but he lost it. Now they're in a bit of trouble, but Sapanchi goes for a run, gets it in the middle of the ground, almost holding the ball free kick. Now the ball comes out and they've turned it over again. Now it's Healy going forward. 1-on-1 contest in the goal square. Great mark. Fantastic work it is. Just waiting to see who that is.
It's Ioannidis again, I think.
It's Ioannidis. Great body work on his opponent there. And just shoved him out, just worked him out with the ball, and it's Ioannidis who will line up again. We've got him for 3. So this will be goal number 4. If we can slot this one through.
That was really well done there by that midfield there of Templestowe. They harassed and forced that turnover there, and that was a lovely kick into the forward 50 there.
So Ioannidis, he should slot this, or he's
missed.
No, he's missed it. I thought it might just scrape through, but that's a bad miss. So let off for the Waverley Blues, and after 11 minutes in this term, it's 4-5-29 playing 1-2-8. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Just the first score of this second quarter. We've gone 11 minutes, as Besso just said. So first goal is just so important for the flow of this game. Having a bit of a stalemate at the moment as the Waverley Blues. Short kick to Turner, who's had plenty of it early, and he's been very, very strong down back.
This is what I was talking about before, Dylan.
So Turner just goes down the line, and Mitchin is underneath it. He might take this mark. He will. Read it well. Big Bo's had a strong game so far, and kick over the top finds a target. Just on the 45-metre arc here, Melitsis. Doesn't look like he wants to take the set shot yet, but might actually do it now. So very, very tough angle right in front of some Waverley Blues faithful.
If he kicks this is the goal of the day.
They lead by 21 points, 12 minutes into this second quarter of the qualifying final. Be a tough kick. Melitsis sends it on its way. A high-looking kick might just actually hold its line.
That is goal of the day.
That is a fantastic finish, and Templestowe kick clear 5-5-35 to the Waverley Blues 1-2-8. 12 and a half minutes gone in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Like I said, Dylan, make the fullback accountable. He didn't get that easy run around where I can decide where I can pinpoint the pass. Pressure was on. They didn't get the turnover, but there was perceived pressure. All of a sudden, created a turnover. Mitchiner got onto the back of it again, and Spear pointed a pass to Melitsis, who duly scored.
So I put the glasses down. That is the Tobin brothers' goal of the day.
Free kick to Templestowe, I think.
For John Paul Melitsis, as Templestowe get a free kick out of the middle. Now Toby Ryan sends it forward to the hot spot. Ball bouncing around. Giovannini's there, but he can't quite get it. It's been socked through. I think that's a goal. Just trying to see who it is.
I reckon it's Mustafa.
It is. It looks like
Melitsis again.
Melitsis again gets done before. It was an opportunist goal as the ball just went into the contest. We'll watch the replay, and you can see that it just came to ground. And Melitsis said, "Thank you very much." He put it onto the boot. A bit lucky, but you take what you can get. Melitsis has 4, and it's 6-5-41 to 1-2-8.
The Templestowe half forward line got caught napping there, letting Ryan come in off the clearance.
So ball up in the middle. Worrying signs now for the Waverley Blues. 6-5-41, Templestowe to 1-2-8, and they might get the clearance again. Spinning around there is Warren. Got the handball forward. It's cut off. Hatch, he's run down. Just got the handball away. They're under a lot of pressure at the moment. Giovannini wraps up duck, and we've got another ball up.
The clearances are 8-4 the way of Templestowe this quarter.
They've been in control of that area all afternoon. Tap out. Hale here for the Blues. Kick towards the middle of the ground, which the Waverley Blues have probably dominated. The Templestowe, have dominated that area so far. The kick inside 50. McSwain in front. Playset had 2 to beat. Ball hits the deck. Still into dangerous position here, and well done there by Facey to wrap that one up and give themselves a chance. They are desperately needing a goal. Trailing by 33 points at this moment, coming up to the 15th-minute mark of this second quarter. Ball is bounced inside 50. Kicked out there by Warren into some space, but it's going to come back. Here's Hale. Samuel Hale to send the Blues into attack. Playstead was there. Kept it going forward. There's the other Hale. Tyson Hale tries to keep it in, but it is out of bounds. Coming up to the 15-minute mark.
This has got shades of the game that Baronia did early in the season against Waverley Blues. Exactly the same game plan.
So all sorts of problems for the Waverley Blues. They need the next goal, but they probably need the next 3 as Ryan is monstered to the ground by a couple of Waverley Blues players, one of those being Hale.
It probably shouldn't be underestimated too how much of a big out Walker was in this contest, especially around the ball.
And Matt Perry too, that up forward.
Well, we did mention that before the game, that those outs might be a factor, but so we didn't think it'd be quite this big as Ryan slams it down the ground, down the line. Good mark taken over there. So here's the Waverley Blues, a chance to launch again. Little short kick inside. There's Turner. He's probably been their best player. Now Langford goes for a run. Puts a little kick through the corridor, but he's overcooked it. But it fouled out for Williamson. Williamson just outside 50, but he went back. Little handball off. Can they get a mark inside 50? Not at the moment. It's been punched away there by Goldsmith. Trying to pick it up over there was Sam Hale. And the ball goes out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in on the far side. Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
So the intercept marks in this quarter 8-3. I think that's in favour of Waverley Blues. I think that's what's keeping them in the game at the moment.
Ball brought back into play here. Giovannini Ryan grabbed it and was caught by Hale. We'll get a ball up around the grounds out at Toowoomba Reserve. Montrose 7-4-46, Mitcham 2 straight 12. And a similar margin in Division 4 with Surrey Park leading by 32 points as Waverley Blues go forward. McSwain's underneath this. Should have just taken the mark. I don't know why he had to punch that out of bounds.
Yeah, I'm surprised. That could have been interpreted as deliberate.
Well, he had no one around him.
No.
I'm not sure why he didn't mark it.
No talk.
No talk around him.
Do we have a deliberate?
Yes, we do. As the ball
really paid, but it's there.
Brought back into play. Play said, tapped it. That was a beautiful tap down. The kick bouncing forward. Williamson pretty much just punches it over his own line. So a minor score, 139 to 6-5-41. Templestowe leading. 17 minutes gone in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Toby Ryan to bring it back in for Templestowe. Things really haven't got a whole lot better for the Waverley Blues since quarter time, and you wonder what other magnets they can move as the kick goes down the line. Still in over there, little ball from Rufus, gets it off to Sapanchi.
Bang!
Handball back inside.
Oh, scared me.
I just about jumped through the roof here.
You could really telegraph that was going to happen, didn't it?
So up it goes again, the crowd getting a bit restless, knocked away there from the clearance into the hands there of Ferraro. Oh dear, I've just about had a heart attack as the ball goes inside 50. It's on here. Williamson's chasing, but there's a bit of feeling of the players on the ground. Let's see if we can just
keep an eye on this one.
It's all getting a bit heated, so it'll be interesting to see if the umpire's got any yellow cards to come out here.
So I think it actually was a free kick towards the Waverley Blues, and I think they have reversed it. Maybe I just saw the umpire put the
I think
wrong
originally
hand up,
it was a Templestowe free kick anyway.
Oh, okay, I misread that one.
So it is a Templestowe ball, and it's in the hands of Healy now for Templestowe.
So
I'd be playing the boundary line at the moment, Healy.
you can just tell the Waverley Blues getting a little bit frustrated now as Healy goes down the line, and exactly what Brash said, towards the boundary line. Mitchell almost brought it down, and they let it go out of bounds here.
The clearances are a bit better in this quarter for Waverley Blues, but still in favour of Templestowe 10-7.
I think if you're going to play the game that Waverley Blues say, you've got to hit your targets. They're not hitting them even when they get their running game going.
So the boundary throw in here, went over the top, cleared Perry. Langford and Giovannini go at it, got the handball out. Inside 50 here for the Dockers. They've had the 2 goals in this quarter to Waverley Blues, nothing. Rufus tackled across the line, and we'll get a boundary throw in right on the 45-metre arc here at Walker Park, Whitehorse Road end.
I think we also underestimate Templestowe's finals record. They're a very well-credentialed and they're well-drilled in final series, so it's no surprise that they're really taking it up to Waverley Blues in this contest.
So Mitchell with the tap hasn't been quite so dominant in the second quarter, but he's still got had a pretty decent game as the umpire says free kick going the way of the Waverley Blues. It's in the hands of Rufus. So it's still a 32-point margin, so it's still a little bit daunting. But they're hanging in there as the kick finds Perry. Takes the mark. Perry on the half-back line in the middle of the ground, but they've turned it over. It's a poor kick. It's Carl Giovannini. He decides to go out wide looking for a target. And Mark, has it been paid over there? I think it has. That was a great grab.
Alex Brown
again, he had it, and then as he was falling to the ground, he managed to get hold of it, or either that or it's a free kick, but either way, he's going to have a shot. Fair way out. He's been kicking from about the edge of the arc, or maybe just inside.
Just before he kicks it around the grounds out at Jubilee Park, Donvale 4-1-25, Ventrigally 3-6-24.
Perry's got to do a lot better there too. His direct opponent's giving him a bath, and then he turns it over at half back.
So Brown it is, finished up kicking from inside the arc. He made good contact, but he's off target. And another let off as the ball goes through for a minor score, 6-6-42 to 139. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're just into time on.
So a 33-point lead here for the Dockers. Very important 5 minutes to finish off this quarter for the Waverley Blues. Cannot concede another one, because Langford just sends it long down the guts. Standing under it was O'Connell, couldn't take the mark. We'll get a ball up here. Outside the forward 50 arc here for the Dockers. Coming to this game. And certainly starred so far. Here's Giovannini. The kick forward hits his target, and they're going to get another set shot.
The old-fashioned way of playing footy. Play in front.
Absolutely.
A missed kick, and if you're in front, you're going to get the benefit.
They play a pretty simple game, Templestowe. They win the clearance, get it forward, play in front.
Well, here's Melitsis. He's already kicked 2 this quarter, so this would be goal number 3 if he can put this one through.
Tell you what, it's going to be a hard... they're going to have to play out of their skins in the second half, Waverley Blues, if they want to even get back in this contest.
Important kick, though. This one would really sting. It's a good-looking kick to the right, though. Just the wind takes it there, so they keeping it in it. 6-7-43 to 1-3-9. 21 and a half minutes gone. The Dockers leading. A couple of those set shots, you go the other way, and it's almost just about done.
Well, I said they gave up 8 points in the first quarter. They've already given up another 8 points. I reckon they should be another 18 points in front here at Templestowe.
So Sapanchi's kick is a poor one, and it's gone straight down the throat of Toby Ryan. He says, thank you very much. And he launches one back inside 50. Let's see if they can get a mark. Big Mitchin have got a hand to it, but they've managed to hang on for the moment. Little handball, dangerous one. And they're all sorts of trouble with a panic. And out to Ferraro, gives it back. Snap at goal there. How's that looking?
It's a goal!
It's a goal from Giovannini. It's Carl. And that's number 17 for the season for him. That was brilliant work, but once again, they've turned it over. And Carl Giovannini, the recipient on that occasion.
Alarm bells are ringing here early. 40 points. I think Langford's going to have to try and find a way of getting Williamson into the game, because Williamson can kick goals quickly, but he's not getting anywhere near it playing at full forward. I reckon play him up on half forward, get him into the contest.
You're right, he's not getting enough opportunities, but
the ball's not going down there either.
Both Giovanninis have been pretty impressive, and here's Ryan Giovannini in the ruck there, the tap out. They tried to get the clearance going forward, it was smothered. And it fell backwards, but their pressure has been really, really strong. Fogarty handballed it out to Ryan. Out at half back, the kick may have almost worked out all right, but Langford couldn't quite pick it up, and the Dockers will mop up on it. Nagel inside 50, overdid the kick, couldn't find Limback, who looks a little frustrated with that as we go boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Just at that clearance, you're right. Josh Williamson started at the half-forward line. He jogged up to try and attend the clearance, but it wasn't for him at that point, but it's probably something he'll continue to do.
Ball brought back into play here. The Waverley Blues just haven't got their game going today. The handball forward. They go back. Serpanchi handballed into the middle of the ground, which was cut off. Getting in there was Rufus. Got a handball forward, and they continue to push, but just hasn't seemed to work so far. They might cut this one off on the wing here. Free kick paid. No, just a ball up. So
it's that central area, that corridor, it's just too well defended by Templestowe, and they're just not getting any love with that handball game at all.
So umpire to throw it up again. Up they fly. Perry went high, got the head out that time. It's bouncing around as it's going to be turned over again. Now it's Ioannidis, but he couldn't quite get hands on. He sockers it off the ground. They're inside 50 though. Now Jessup is actually trying to get another socker for goal. Oh. It's been marked right on the line. That's unbelievable. It's been taken there by Limback. And Dean Limback, you could hardly believe it. It was like it was just socked off the ground. You can see it on the replay there. Looked like it was going to break down, and then someone just socketed it off the ground, and Dean Limback said, thank you very much.
He's having a laugh, getting a mark from the line.
I reckon even I could kick this one. So no laughing, it's put it through. So Limback gets the goal, and more problems, unfortunately, for the Waverley Blues. Dean Limback was 18 goals coming into today. It's his first of the day, but it pushes the margin out to 55-9. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 25 gone.
Yes, it's already danger signs here for Waverley Blues.
Around the grounds out at Tormore Reserve, Montrose 8-4-52, the Tigers 3-3-21. They've kicked the last one there, but they're still quite
You hear coaches constantly talking about contest and clearance and how important that is. This is basically the example of what happens if you don't.
So ball back in the middle here. Giovannini got the tap out, but Rufus picked it up. Off to middle. Now McNamara just got his handball away, looking for Mir. Wraps up his opponent in a tackle, but a free kick here going towards the Dockers. Yeah, that's not given 25. Back to him right on the chest, so that is 25.
I've got to say, I've been really impressed with Templestowe's tackling pressure right across the ground in this first half.
And if that's not there, the whole thing breaks down for them.
So the Dockers, they'll go long towards a hot spot. Punched over the line here, the Waverley Blues. But even things like that, you just got to give it back to the chest. Don't be silly. And especially when you're 46 points down, Paul?
The tackles in this game so far, 34-25 the way of Templestowe.
So pretty much all the KPIs going Templestowe's way, and that's understandable with the score the way it is. As Brown goes into the ruck on that time, so nothing he can't do. He's been forward, he's been back, and now he's playing in the ruck. There's a little snap from Jessup, back over his shoulder. That was brilliant, and that'll be a contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. So Matty Jessup it was, winning it out of the congestion, snap over the top, and it's another goal. And it just keeps getting worse for the Waverley Blues side. 9-7-61 to 139. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 26.5 played in the second term.
3 goals in the last 6 minutes, Dylan. So they've broken the game right open here, and it's going to be hard to see how Waverley Blues are going to find their way back in this second half.
Yeah, it's starting to get ugly now. 9-7 to 1-3. So what can the Waverley Blues do to at least turn things around?
And
27 minutes gone.
Only 9 points and a half.
For a very attacking side, they average 99 points per game. So back in the middle, wrapped up here was Ferraro. So we're going to ball up in the middle of the ground. Thanks for joining us on the Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Qualifying final here, so winner goes on to play Baronia next week. Loser will play the winner of Mulgrave versus Heathmont. And at the moment, looks like a Baronia Templestowe semi-final unless the Waverley Blues can find something here. They trail by enormous 52 points as the Dockers go forward again, looking for Brown, but that will bounce out of bounds right in front of the Waverley Blues coaching box. I wouldn't want to be in the Waverley Blues rooms at half-time, Brash.
No.
I
think wouldn't be a friendly chat.
So
no, it wouldn't be.
Nobody saw this coming. The two sides have played twice this year for 1 win each, but it's all Templestowe as the siren goes, and it's a half-time scoreline which nobody would have predicted. 9-7-61, Templestowe leading 1-3-9. The Waverley Blues. Here's one with the goal kickers.
Just a one goal kicker here for the Waverley Blues, Omar Mohammed. That's the Templestowe. They're all over the place. Ioannidis had 3 goals in the first quarter. Melita's kicked 2 in that second quarter. Carl Giovanini hit the score back. Limback hit the score back. Jessup and Brown as well. So at half-time here in the qualifying final, it is all the Dockers. 9-7-61 to the Waverley Blues. 1-3-9. We'll be back with the half-time crew to discuss this game and the games around the ground.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Day. We are looking at the Division 2 qualifying final, Waverley Blues versus Templestowe. We're live from Walker Park. Thank you very much for joining us on Eastern FM 98.1 or the Facebook and YouTube streams. My name's Jared Beanland. Joining me up in the box here for this halftime show, we've got Blake Tennant and Ryan Long. Just to recap the scores very quickly at halftime, Waverley Blues 139, Templestowe 97-61. Not the result we were really thinking we'd have on our hands here, Ryan.
No, not at all. I thought if the Templestowe were going to win, it would be pretty close. And, I mean, they've just been able to stop Waverley Blues and their ball movement. They've encouraged them to take the game on and go through the middle. And every time Templestowe have been able to cut them off, Toby Ryan's been in the hole a lot of the times. And then you've got Bo Mitchin in the ruck, who is just killing it at the moment. He's done a massive first half. Alex Brown, who started forward, hit the scoreboard and then has pushed back and been really influential for them. And at the moment, the clearance worked. I mean, having a look at Paul's stats here, it says 30-13 in the first half. I mean, they've been all over the top of them. Jessup's been strong. Carl Giovannini, Ryan Giovannini in the ruck when Mitchin is not there. They've just had all the play at the moment, and Waverley Blues, when they have gone forward, have been kicking to 1-on-2 contests and haven't been able to get that handball game going. As they started to try and get it happening, and it just hasn't resulted in the way they like. And I'm a little shell shocked just with how strong Templestowe started this game.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? And I think Dylan noted at the start of the match that Waverley Blues aren't the best clearance side in the division anyway. So when they're winning their games, they're not necessarily winning the clearances. So it's their ball movement that's been winning them games throughout the year. That's what Templestowe seems to have identified and seems to be flooding back really well, putting men in the hole and just putting a lot of pressure on that corridor. And when they are winning the clearances, they're capitalising on that hard. I've been really impressed with their backline as well. We obviously saw Doug Wooden play a very good game against. He was up against Robertson, wasn't he, in the Baronia game? He's playing very well once again against Williamson, who's just not been able to get into the game at all. Waverley Blues forward line, as much as we talk about their potency, it's not going to happen if they're not being delivered to, is it?
No, it's not. And obviously they've been a very high-scoring side this season. I think average 99 points per game. And today, at halftime, they're sitting on 1-3, and it's been a really disappointing result from them so far. And at this stage, you just got to throw the magnets around. You got to try something new because whatever's happening at the moment is not working.
Well, I think one of the criticisms that we have of Waverley Blues is that there doesn't seem to necessarily be a plan B. That they just try and break their way through the pressure or through the through the defensive lines just as much as they can, trying the same thing over and over. And when they're not settled, those half-back ball users like McNamara, like Turner, Sam Hale, even Langford himself, when they find themselves under pressure, that ball movement just dries up and it doesn't give them any chance to push forward. Sapanchi is another one. They're under so much pressure. They're not keeping their feet. They're slipping over a lot, the Blues. And
I don't know what it is, if it's nervous or something, but I mean, they have had opportunities, and those sort of guys have found the footy, and they've tried to get their game moving with certainly the handball game is something they've been really strong at this year, and it just hasn't worked. They've been able to, they've turned it over. They haven't been been able to get that going the way they would like. And look, it's an interesting one because it's a high risk, high reward sort of game that they do play, and they have been opened up today. So I mean, if there's a side that can come back from this sort of margin, I think it is the Waverley Blues, just because they are such a high-scoring side once they get going. But, I mean, looking at the margin now, it's 52 points. So
that's a wild comeback.
It's too far from what they could probably realistically manage. So, I mean, a lot to get to, I guess. But, I mean, we'll touch on some of the scores around the grounds now. But, it doesn't look good for the Waverley Blues at the moment.
No, it doesn't. I'll go through some scores. So in Premier Division, we talked heavily on this game, pre-game, about the two relegation games, you would say. Park Orchards, 8-8-56 to Berwick, 4-5-29. So interesting result there. Our great mate, Matt Spider Lee, is down at Morton Park today. It's East Springwood 3-6-24 to Blackburn 5-3-33. So an interesting score there. I don't have a South Croydon half-time score, but I've got South Croydon 2-5-17 to Norwood 2 behinds. Naval Park lead Bourne at this stage again. Still don't have scores there, but it stands right now 2-2-14 to Bourne 1-2-8. Roeville just dominating Doncaster 10-4-64 to Doncaster 1-2-8. Vermont and Donny East at the moment is a draw at the moment, 3-2-20. Still haven't got any scores there. Montrose v Mitcham currently right now at Toolmore Reserve. It's Montrose 8-4-52 to Mitcham 3-3-21. Ryan Garthwaite from reports has 5 goals. So interesting stuff there as well. Division 3, I still don't have any scores. Ryan, would you...
At quarter time, Fentry Gully trailed by a point, but I will chase that one up on their socials.
Yeah, very impressed if Fentry Gully can stay close there with Don Vale, just given how Don Vale's form's been.
And I presume this might be a half-time score, but it is Surrey Park 5-3-33 to Kilsyth 2-4-16. So interesting stuff there around the grounds.
Yes, that is a half-time score, just to confirm.
For the Kilsyth Surrey Park. Yep. So I think that's pretty much it for the scores. So
I would just quickly double check Fentry Gully's socials. Haven't been updated since quarter time, so we'll find out shortly, probably after the break, on what the halftime score is there.
Perfect. So just to recap here, Waverley Blues 1-3-9, Templestowe 9-7-61 in the qualifying final. Of course, Waverley Blues, if they lose here, just a reminder to the listeners, they don't bow out of the finals just yet. They have a double chance. They will play the winner of Heathmont and Mulgrave, whereas Templestowe, if they continue like this, they're going to play Baronia for the 3rd time this year, and that's going to be a fascinating game as well, because we saw them play once, it was an interesting game, given that Mitchener wasn't there, Fogarty wasn't there, Carl Giovannini not there either.
Well, if the way they're playing at the moment, and we've probably been very critical of the Waverley Blues, but it's due to the way Templestowe have set up and played this afternoon. So if they play like this, they're going to give Baronia maybe a bit of a run for their money. Their midfield's just really on top at the moment. There were 2 very key players that missed last time in Fogarty and Fogarty, Giovannini and Mitchener as well in that last game. We saw them live. So you throw those 3 in, and they've been all very important today, as well as pretty much everyone. There's not a... you look through the list of their side today, and everyone's done their job so far in the first half, but they've got a big second half ahead just to make sure that they do hold on and move into the semi-final against Baronia.
Absolutely. So that is just about a wrap for the halftime show. Just a reminder, Waverley Blues 1-3-9, Templestowe 9-7-61. You're listening to Eastern 98.1 FM or on the YouTube and Facebook streams. Gentlemen, just a quick tip, I suppose, from both of you. Can Waverley Blues get back into this?
No.
I don't think so. I think 52 points is just too much to handle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bridge too far, no doubt. So we'll throw to our break, and then after that we'll be back with our call team for the second half of this qualifying final in Division 2.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park as we get started, set for the second half of this one. And I'll tell you what, it'll be very interesting to know what Tom Langford's had to say to his side at half-time, because they have a mountain to climb, trailing at the moment. 9-7-61, this Templestowe side have been superb. To 1-3-9. Quickly around the panel, guys. Is there any way back for the Waverley Blues, Brash?
Well, there is, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to do it in one quarter of football, Brett. I think they're going to have to do it over 2 quarters. They probably need to score 4 or 5 goals in this third quarter and hold probably Templestowe to 1 goal, and then hope that they've got the run in their legs to come home sailing in the last quarter. Otherwise, I think they're in trouble, and the fact is that they're going to have to expend a lot of energy just to get back into the contest in the first place.
There's a case for them. I'm not suggesting that they don't try, but they're probably going to have a big game next week, so they don't want to bust all their petrol tickets today and then have to go out and play next week. I mean, I'm not suggesting they don't try, but they really they don't want to blow too much energy, do they?
No,
it's true.
And sometimes I guess you've got to be mindful of the fact that you don't want to look like you're surrendering.
No, absolutely. And you've got 10 minutes here to just throw everything you've got at it, try and get back in the contest, and it is important to find a bit of form in this second half before going into a semi-final next week where it's you lose and you're out. So they've got to. Yeah.
They can't afford to go into next week's game if they lose, getting done by 60, 70 points.
No.
They can't afford that.
There were some really worrying goals too at the end of that second quarter, some forward half stoppages where they just sort of let Templestowe just walk through and kick a goal. And you don't want to be conceding goals like that coming into next week and then taking that form into that match.
And we have been very critical of the Blues, of course, but it is due to Templestowe, the way they've played. They have been fantastic. They have been well and truly the best side this afternoon. Mitchen has had a fantastic afternoon in the ruck. He's been dominant. Their midfielders around. Giovannini is so important to the side. He was crucial in this weekend.
The no plan B, though, for Waverley is a big issue, I think.
Perry needs to sacrifice his game and make sure he runs with Mitchen, just not play off him.
Here's Ryan Long to get us underway for the second half.
So here it is, Mitchen and Perry in the ruck, and right down to Carl Giovannini again, and he'll send the Dockers forward for the first time in the third quarter. Here's Turner out the back who grabbed it, and he was tackled by Militis. Got the handball out to Mia, who handballed it over the line, and will get a boundary throw in on that far side.
I think Nick Baktanis would have turned around and said to his players, right, we've got an opportunity here in the opening 10 minutes to put this game away. Let's give it everything.
Well, he probably just a stalemate in the first 10 minutes will be enough for him. Here's Brown, handball over the top. They've got running players and a chance here for Hardwick to line up and put the Dockers 10th on the board. 10-7-67 to 1-3-9, the Waverley Blues. And if you thought there was maybe a comeback brewing, I'd say forget about it.
Just far too open there again. Just runners everywhere for Templestowe. I reckon 2 or 3 players could have kicked the goal there
Good
eventually.
play that by Templestowe, I must say.
It was, but yeah, you got to defend better if you're Waverley Blues than that.
They still had 4 numbers at the contest on that half-forward line, Templestowe, but they still managed to get a mismatch with 2 or 3 in the goal square.
So back in the middle, anyone have any ideas when Templestowe might declare? So, oh dear, 67-9. It's not a great result at the moment, but as if you're a Templestowe fan, but the Dockers have well and truly outplayed the Waverley Blues this afternoon. They've been the better side from go to woe. But now we have to see what the Waverley Blues' response is, because either way, they get to play again next week, and they won't want to go down as Limback gets one out of the middle. Whistle's gone.
Once again, they're on top of the contest. They're first in for the ball, Templestowe, in that centre clearance.
Sorry, it was Carl Giovannini. I just saw the 2 as the long kick forward. It's about full forward, but it's easily marked there by Turner. He's tried really hard all day for the Waverley Blues.
Clearly their best player at the moment.
Little short kick, gets O'Leary into a bit of space. I think it's the first time I've called his name today. As the ball goes up, turned it over again, and that's been the story of the day. There's the other Giovannini. Carl just bashing his man out of the way. Now they go to full forward. Can they get a mark? Almost. Dropped there by Hale towards the boundary line, and eventually it's across the boundary line. And we'll have the ball in. So 2.5 minutes played. It's 10-7-67 to 139. Bendigo back to scoreboard. Qualifying final footy out here at Walker Park.
So just watching O'Connell down there, looks like maybe a bit of a wrist injury. So we'll keep the boundary riders on that one as we get a stoppage inside 50 here for Templestowe. 10-7-67 to 139 Waverley Blues. Yes, that is a correct score. 2 minutes into this third quarter. They've been dominant. And Mitchner has been part of the reason. That's a beautiful tap. Finds his target in Mustafa, who lines up and misses. But
how good's that tripod of a midfield there? They've got those 2 big guys, Fogarty, Giovannini, and then that runner in a Mustafa or a Ferraro or someone like that.
Yeah.
It's so lethal.
So they bring the ball back in, but the umpire's whistle went. He wasn't happy with the kick in, so they'll have to take it again.
Half-time out at Jubilee Park. Donvale 5-2, Frenchie Gully 3-9. So being wasteful. Ooh. But they're in that, so that would be a bit of an upset if they do get up.
It would be a massive upset if Donvale get rolled there, because I think we've all penciled them in for the flag there, but the way they've been playing is...
What's old Tennant doing? A bit late to get... Oh, he's out at a bathroom break.
So that's Langford. We're on Tennant watch at the moment. That's how good this game is as he launches it forward. Langford out to a teammate. Ball goes to ground. They managed to get it back to, and here's a bit of a run for them too as they go through the midfield here. This is more like they've been trying to play for most of the season. Kicks to full forward, but the marker's dropped over there on the ground. Picked up over there, a little bit of pressure for Kramer, and he's got himself in a bit of a phone box, and eventually there's a whistle, and I think it's out of bounds over there, so I'll have a throw in. So there's little glimpses from the Waverley Blues, but little glimpses won't get them back into this game. They need to be just more consistent as the ball is thrown and gets right over the top there. As Rufus had it for a moment, now they get a little handball away. Mia's under a bit of pressure and he's taken to the ground. Might get a free kick though. What does the umpire say? Comes in and we're going to ball it up by the look. So we've had 4.5 minutes gone and 68-9.
No, I think he's paid a free kick.
He has paid the free kick, all right. So we'll stay with the play
middle.
Just for a moment. It's Mittel, or Mittel as we'll call him. So this would be a much needed goal. Hard to believe they've kicked one goal in an entire half of footy. This Waverley Blues side, a side who is renowned for their attacking flair. Got to kick this, just simply has to kick it. He'll be kicking from about 5 inside the arc. He struck it pretty well. It's there. So finally something for the Waverley Blues faithful to get up and about. As Mattel puts it through, he gets his first of the day, just the second for the Blues, and they reduce the margin somewhat. It's 68-15. Bendigo back scoreboard, 5 gone.
So a big lead here to Templestowe. As you said, that's a first goal for quite some time. So go boundary side to Blake Tennant. Thank you there, Blake, as back in the middle. Chance here for the Waverley Blues. Picked up cleanly. Well done there, and they'll go inside 50 by Kramer. Out the back here, they've got some numbers if that could just get out to Mohammed. But well done by Healy to wrap Hale up, and we'll get a ball up right in front of their goals. Trailed by a big margin of 53 points in this third quarter. taps towards Mohammed. McSwain wraps him up and we'll get another stoppage here. Holding the ball, so free kick here, Templestowe. So McSwain will take this one. All right, deep in defence. 10-8 to 2-3. They're probably already looking at 5 to 10 minutes of good footy here to just lock this one up if it's not locked up already. Long kick out, looking for Brown at the back. Jessup picks it up and he's caught over the line, so we'll get a boundary throw in.
How much of an impact do we think the smaller ground's having on this for Waverley Blues and just the ability of Templestowe to be able to close down the space?
Well, Tom Langford said that this is a wonderful ground for his club. He liked this ground. Thought it would suit his team down to a T.
He might not like it quite so much now.
Don't know if I agree with that.
As the umpire throws it in, Mitchell got to the front spot, gets the head out to Ferraro. He's wrapped up in a strong tackle. Good work there by Mattel.
Right. I guess he's not going to say I hate it.
Well, I think today, if it's big ground, small ground, either way, the way the Templestowe have played today, it stacks up on wherever you play.
Absolutely.
Mitchell of the hit out, they burst away with Militas. He gets a little. He's going to get it back to Militas. He's in a bit of a tight spot. Gets a ball off to Giovannini of the. That's Carl. Carl slams it onto the boot. Inside 50 for a moment, but it's probably going to be repelled by the Waverley Blues. Here's Militas again. He's taken on the tackle. And what has the umpire paid here? That's Rufus. I reckon he's been just about one of Waverley Blues' best players. He's tried hard all day. Him and Turner, probably the two best, as he gets a little kick in the middle of the ground. But he's overcooked it. Toby Ryan tries to get hands on it there. Ball bouncing around Giovannini of the Carl variety. The Giovannini brothers have been in everything today, and it'll be a ball up.
10-8, 68 to 2-3, 15. 7 coming up to 8 minutes gone in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Tap forward. Now a chance to go inside 50 through Warren for the Dockers. Deep into attack. Almost taken by Brown. Ball hits the deck and a free kick here going towards the Waverley Blues in Hale, who wants to play on immediately and switch it towards the far side. Has Sam Mear there, who takes the mark. He'll just look to escape in towards the middle of the ground. Slipping over at a bad time there was Hale. Tyson Hale as Jessup here takes on an opponent, gets his kick away. Deep in defence is Ben Turner, who takes the mark, who's been probably their best player almost, you'd say. He's been fighting hard, been under a lot of pressure this afternoon. Rufus, kick over the top, finds Hatch, juggling mark. They slowly make their way up the ground. The kick almost hit his target, but bounced over to the hands, and there's a free kick here paid off the ball, though, towards Jessup for the Dockers. So
when they don't hit
winning out again.
Ryan, when they don't hit their target, Waverley Blues, they're losing on the turnover with the free kick.
Well, they're going for the corridor, and it's the most dangerous place to lose the ball.
They have been their own worst enemy in some respects, with some of their disposal really lacking as the ball goes to half forward, and a strong tackle as the ball goes on the ground.
Well, it's that high risk, high reward sort of situation, and you've probably got to do it at this stage, but it just hasn't worked out for them, unfortunately, for their sake.
So hit out one there by Perry, I think, coming over the top. It's in the tight stuff. Now it comes out to Militas. He's caught on a tackle. Didn't have a lot of prior opportunity there.
I wonder if when Templestowe were piling on the goals, if they had have just slowed things down a little bit, taken some sting out of the game, they could have at least gave it a margin they could have a crack at.
Yeah.
So let's go down to Blake Tennant on the boundary.
Yeah, Jay O'Connell is back on the ground now, boys.
So as we watch, a mark has been taken, and it's been taken by Matt Jessup. He kicked one in the first quarter.
Tell you what, he's done some nice things down there, Jessup, this afternoon. He's been real nuisance value for Templestowe.
So you'll go back and try and kick his seconds and extend the margin out to what would be, I'm just trying to do the math in my head, 59 points if this goes through. So here he comes, Jessup. He'll be kicking well inside the arc. Nice smooth approach. He makes pretty good contact. He's got it. Beautiful kick. All the Waverley Blues defenders on the line can only watch the ball sail over their heads. So second for Jessup. And the Waverley Blues just go from bad to worse. Look at that scoreboard, 11-8-74 to 2-3-15. Bendigo back scoreboard, and we're halfway through the third term.
I feel like he's a bit of a cult hero type, Jessup, isn't he?
Yeah.
Sort of a little hard nut, lifts the team.
We got any scores from the other games, Ryan?
Yes, I will just quickly chase that up. Having a look. Sorry, I'll throw me under the bus a bit. Surrey Park, 10-point lead over Kilsyth. It's ball back in the middle. Play said now in the ruck. Carl Giovannini on hands and knees. Picks up the ball. Got it to Warren, who's had a really strong game himself. Bouncing ball. Bit of a dangerous one here, but the Waverley Blues win out and clear it. Looking for Kramer, who did very well. Read it well. He's had an all right afternoon. Inside 50 over the top. And a free kick here against the Waverley Blues. I believe that was a free kick to McSwain.
Still can't hit a target going into their forward 50, Waverley Blues.
The clearances in this third term are 9-2 the way of Templestowe.
That's a lovely kick to position
beautiful
there.
Kick out to Brown. He takes it just inside the boundary line. Now the kick into the centre of the ground, gets over the top. Malitzis is there, but he couldn't quite drag it down, but the ball's fallen there for Schwarzer. And they go for goal, but it's been, I think it's Langford he got back. In fact, it was Sapanchi. Knocks it through for a minor score. Scores, Ryan?
Out at Tormore Reserve, Montrose 8-4-52, the Mitcham 5-4-34.
3 goals.
So they're back in at the Tigers as Sapanchi sends the Waverley Blues out of their back half, and they look to link up, and this is a bit better from the Blues. They've got some players out. Oh, well done there. Well done by McSwain to cut that one off, and it's a turnover again in the Dockers through McSwain, finds Ryan, and not 15, so play on under a bit of pressure, got it off, and they're still okay. Fogarty down the line, big collision by McSwain, ball hits the deck, falls out all right for the Dockers, who go inside 50, or just outside. Schwarzer elected to play on, tried to get it off to Mustafa, who's caught by Mohammed, and that one will be holding the ball and in favour of the Blues.
So Mohammed it is. He puts it onto the boot, kicks long, but you can see that's a 2-on-1. They're completely outnumbered. Great teamwork. Little handball off to McClellan, who gets absolutely smashed to the ground here by Kramer. It looked like a I tell you what, it's on here. It is on. And it's a free kick to the Waverley Blues. I thought that was a fair tackle, to be honest. Ball goes infield, nicely marked there by Mattel. So Mattel it is. Just complete indecision. You can't just stand there looking around for players for 5 minutes. You just got to get on with the game. As they finally go inside 50, ball gets over the back. And it's been in the hands of Williamson. He snaps it on the left, but I think he might have kicked this one. He has. I was just about to muse as to what Williamson, how he was going to get himself into the game, and he's finally kicked one. So it's his first of the day, believe it or not. 52 goals for the season, that's number 53. And the second for the terms of the Waverley Blues. So slowly but surely, they're trying to work their way back into this game, but they trail 75-21 up to 13. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, beautiful finish, but he just hasn't had many opportunities this afternoon. I don't know how many disposals he's had, but
4.
Yeah, so.
And the thing is, goal for goal is not helping Waverley Blues get back into this contest.
No, it's still a big margin, 3-3 to 11-9. Back in the middle again. Play said tapped it forward. Running onto this is Kramer. Tried to get his handball off to Langford, who's caught in tackle there by Hardwick. Right in the middle of the ground.
How many marks inside 50 for Waverley Blues today, Paul, if you got it there?
The marks inside 50, 1 for Waverley Blues inside 50 to 8 of Templestowe.
So Giovannini, the tap out there. Dockers try to get it going forward. Kramer picked it up, passed it off backwards. McNamara, free kick here to the Waverley Blues. High tackle. So a chance here. They'll look to play on straight away. Off to Hatch, who goes down the line looking for a target there in face. He went over the top. Meir got the handball to Hale. Hale went backwards. Ryan cut it off. Kicked off the ground there by Facey into a bit of space in front of a teammate there. But it's all Dockers to retreat as Ferraro's kick is out of bounds on the full. 14 coming up to 15 minutes gone. It is Templestowe 11-9, Waverley Blues 3-3.
They still had the numbers there, Waverley Blues, but still couldn't turn that into an advantage for them.
So it's the skipper, Tommy Langford, or the player coach, should I say, gets the ball onto the boot, goes, that's not a great kick, Malitzis. Probably should have marked it, but it went through his hands as a snap towards full forward. Plenty of Dockers players back there, but it falls into the hands. I think that's Perry, is it? No, can't quite see, but it's a ball up regardless anyway. But a chance for Waverley Blues to get their third of this term. So they're making inroads, it's fair to say, but they've got a long way to go as it's smacked out of the ruck. Who's going to get there first? Towards the boundary line, nobody. And it's been knocked out of bounds, and we'll have another throw in the right forward pocket. So 15 gone, and not really much leeway for the Waverley Blues. They still trail by 54 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
The qualifying final, or the semi-final 2 out at East Ringwood Reserve. Kilsyth have hit the front 5-7 to 5-4 Surrey Park. So Kilsyth in the box position at the moment as Ryan Giovannini's kick is out of bounds and we'll get a boundary throw in.
Josh Ward won't be happy.
No, he'll be...
he wouldn't know. He's over at North somewhere else today.
And he's picked another league over us this afternoon. So the ball is...
Two-timer.
Brought back into play here. Boundary umpire to throw it back in. Walker Park looking magnificent as the tid out for the Dockers goes straight down to Hardwick, and at the tackle will get another ball up. 16 and a half minutes gone here at Walker Reserve, and it is a one-sided contest. It's been the Dockers all afternoon. Set the tone and looking to set up a date with Boronia next week in the semi-final right here, same place. As tapped it forward here, the Dockers is cut off by Mir, got it fresher, and he's wrapped up in the tackle, and that is holding the ball. Was spun around and had plenty of time to get rid of it and didn't.
So it's Hardwick who gets it off, out towards the wing. Malitzis is out there, McSwain as well, but it beats everybody and goes out of bounds on the far side of the ground. So
Ioannidis and Malitzis have done really good job for the forward 50 for Templestowe this afternoon. Their harassment and their tackle on the ball carrier coming out of the back 50 against Waverley Blues has been really, really good.
Yeah, totally agree, Brace. I thought Malitzis has been really, really good as the ball comes into the contest. Worked out there nicely by Sapanchi to a teammate in Turner who just forced to just float one out. He was under so much pressure. Ball towards the boundary. One of the Dockers players is tackled over there. Good tackle by O'Leary. And we'll have the ball up. So
in this lineup, O'Leary's only played 5 games for Waverley Blues in the seniors this afternoon, and I'm just wondering whether his lack of senior experience and fitness is hampering Waverley Blues.
It could be a factor with those 2 outs before the game as Mitchener wins another clearance, but we're going to have a secondary stoppage.
Because he really hasn't had any influence on the contest, O'Leary.
We'll get to a couple of results around the grounds in just a second in Premier Division. A few games really important today in the final home and away season for them, as the Dockers might have another chance on goal, but wrapped up by 2 Waverley Blues players to get a ball up inside 50. Norwood, 0 goals, 9, trails South Dakota in 3-5-23. So if they win, they'll stay in Premier Division. But if they lose, it will be Park Orchards because they're 9-8-62 to Berwick 5-6-36. So they look on their way for a victory. Here's a chance. Ioannidis got the ball forward. Kicking towards a dangerous area. Bit of a scrap of a play here. He ends up finding the ball again. Wrapped up by Mohammed, and we'll get another ball up outside their square.
Templestowe have got the game right on their terms at the moment, haven't they?
Absolutely. Absolute dominance from the clearance and the contested possession, and just the way they've been able to outnumber at the contest so often today, it's credit to them.
Mitchin out of the ruck, tried to get a shot on goal, was smothered. Still in a dangerous spot for the Waverley Blues. Can't quite clear it out, and they won't. A shot on goal here for the Dockers goes right up in the air. Won't be 15. There's no mark taken anyway. And out the back, a handball goes out of bounds, and we'll get a boundary throw in.
Put it this way, if I were Templestowe, I'll take the stoppage there.
Poor Mitchener, he got absolutely... There's about 3 guys just jumped on top
of him. I think I felt the ground shake.
So the total clearances for the game so far, 43-17, the way of Templestowe.
So up it goes again. There is Mitchener taking it out of the ruck. He snaps for goal, but he's off target. The big man, he's had a terrific game today.
It's just a huge clearance differential, isn't it, Dylan? I mean...
Yeah, it's massive, and the scores that they've been able to generate from that as well, Templestowe. You talked about the intercept marks, which has been pretty strong for the Waverley Blues in repelling Templestowe, but they haven't been able to launch any scores from it, so not enough.
So Langford here for the Waverley Blues to kick in. And finds a good target in the middle of the ground. Pass it off to Mohammed. And they've got some players out. Kramer's all by himself. Has a teammate in Duck to help him out. Goes towards the goal square. It's a one-on-one, and it's a one-handed mark there to Doug Wooten. Did very well on Williamson. Hasn't he played well when we've watched Templestowe this year? Short kick. Finds a target, and they're back out and towards a target there. And Jessup went over the top. Chance of the Waverley Blues. The pickup was clean to Perry. Perry just throws it on the boot into a 1-on-2 really, or one Templestowe player there who picked it up and got the handball forward, did Watson. Up to Jessup. Jessup got past his opponent. Smart enough to kick it in towards the middle of the ground. Fogarty did well to take the mark, had Mohammed chasing him, passed it off to Giovannini. Carl Giovannini loads up from the square and is a minor score 11-11-77 the Dockers, 3-3-21 the Waverley Blues.
So the intercept marks in this game are 11-10 the way of Templestowe, 1 each in this third quarter. So make that 2-1, I think, yeah.
So Sapanchi's kick is a shocker, and he's kicked it straight to Ferraro, and he's going to go back and have another shot. So they just keep turning the ball over the...
That's because they can't get that run-on game from the first kick out of the full back line.
Yeah, they've made some poor options. They even going down to the other end when
Correct.
Perry just took the ball and just...
That was a kick in hope,
a
wasn't
nothing
it?
kick, and then they turned it over and they've gone straight back down the other end.
He's got to get that to a runner, to be honest, Perry.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want him kicking the ball inside 50.
Yeah.
I know I've been hard on him today, but...
Yeah. No, it was a poor error, and it's basically led to the shot at goal for Ferraro. It's not an easy one. He's kicking from outside the arc. He strikes it, but the goal umpire was tapping his chest. And it's gone through for a minor score. So if they kicked a bit straighter, it could have been even uglier on the scoreboard as we go down to the boundary with Jared Beanland.
Jack McSwain has come off holding his arm pretty gingerly, so that he's just having it looked at by the trainers. I'll get back to you on that one.
A couple of results in Premier Division. We're not sure if they're 100% updated as of yet, but Noble Park 29-22 Balwyn. At halftime, Blackburn led East Ringwood 39-26. So a free kick here in the middle of the ground towards the Waverley Blues, but...
Throw.
Just on that Premier Division games, if Blackburn do win, Noble Park have to beat Balwyn to make sure they finish in the top 6 as the Waverley Blues look to go forward themselves. Here's Fresher. Just got his hands away, off to Langford. The handball was cut off by Mustafa. And in the middle of the ground here, a bit of a scrap. Langford managed to pick it up, and a free kick here towards the Waverley Blues. So this will come back to Fresher, who passed it off to middle, who'll look to go inside 50. That's a good-looking kick. There was a play in front, though. Toby Ryan who got the spoil, and they've done well to mop this one up. Watson will clear it out. Waverley Blues might have some numbers here. Flying is Sapanchi at the back. McNamara, free kick here towards Sapanchi, and they look to play on straight away. Langford in the middle of the ground. Inside 50, Muhammad was the target just over the top. Williamson had a hand to it. And again, the Dockers just clean it up as they have most of the afternoon, and the clear out to Fogarty. It was a touched kick, so no mark, and we'll get a stoppage here in the middle of the ground.
Free kicks for this quarter are 8-4 the way of Waverley Blues.
Just a question without notice, Ryan. If Blackburn and Noble Park both lose...
Noble Park make it.
That's right.
Okay.
He's
thinking about this one.
Come on!
They match up well on the Tigers, don't they, Noble Park?
So McNamara it is, who gets tackled. The ball goes loose. And the pressure today has just been outstanding from this Templestowe side. They really haven't let the Waverley Blues do anything as they get a kick out wide, and this time the mark is taken over there. And they'll just be able to work it out. So they're back in defence once again, where they've been for a lot of this game, chipping it up the line, but that's a poor kick. Mark is taken. So Templestowe, a little bit of pace has gone out of this game, as you'd understand, with the score and the way it is. As Templestowe launch it forward, trying to find one of the big targets. It's fallen in the hands of the Waverley Blues, and they're away here. Good handball to Duck. Duck goes through the middle of the ground, trying to hit a target. Omar Mohammed couldn't take it. In the hands there of, that's Healy. Healy gets a bit of a dodgy handball away, and it's towards the boundary now, and eventually goes out of bounds.
That last kick's what happens if you let a ruckman kick it inside 50 with Giovanini there.
Once again, they go into their forward 50 Waverley Blues, still can't take a mark.
Apologies to all ruckman out there. We've had 24 minutes gone on this third term, and it's 78-21. So as we've said ad nauseum, the winner of this game goes on to play Baronia next week. The loser is still alive though, so it's a second chance. Now it falls in, it's a little bit of a fumble from Playstead. Now the ball goes out wide. It's Langford trying to get his hands on it over there.
Well done, Schwarzer.
Brilliant work by Schwarzer on the ground, and he's tackled. He might get a free kick, will he?
But that just shows you the commitment that Templestowe have had this afternoon. They really, really do want this contest.
Out at transfer reserve, Roval 20 goals 4 to Doncaster 2-4. Chris Anarchis' last game.
Yeah.
There's a tap out here for the Waverley Blues. That was a push in the back.
He might be placed at his last game.
Or actually, no, it was a was it? Oh, yeah, I mean, it's been a tough year for Doncaster.
It has.
There's the Dockers here. Find Hardwick, centre half back at the moment. Don't need a rush at all.
Been a great player over the years, Anarchis, and of course a former Chandler Medal winner as well.
Yeah, absolutely. To Mustafa, kick out to Giovanini, and almost a pinpoint pass to Brown, but it's cut off, and here's Omar Mohammed. Got the handball off. Here's Rufus. Passed it off, and the look to link up. Here's Hale, the running player coming past in O'Connell to send him inside 50. Out the back here's Playstead, passed it off, and now can shot on goal here from Facey. Finishes it off nicely, and the Waverley Blues get their fourth. 4-3-27 to Templestowe 11-12. 78-25 coming up to 26 minutes gone in this third quarter.
Yeah, good play there by Waverley Blues. Got the turnover and created that overlap that allowed to exploit Templestowe's lack of numbers in their back 50 there, Dylan.
That's what I expected to see a lot today, what we just saw right then. But that's sort of, probably the first or second time it's happened for the whole game, really.
And so Waverley Blues, they'll take some positives out of this, Tim. They've been able to kick 3 goals, and they've shown some better sides. Mind you, they couldn't get much worse as the ball is on the hands there of Fogarty. Gets it forward, trying to get his hands on it there as it's been fumbled. They're under a bit of pressure again. So Panchi's back there, and it's a goal.
34.
Number 34 is Ioannidis, so that's his, by my reckoning, his 4th of the day for Ioannidis. And it extends the margin out even further, so 12-12-84 to 4-3-27 Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're 27 gone on this third term.
Out at, we'll go boundary to Jared Beanland.
Yeah, Jake McSwain, he's just had his fingers strapped up and he's back out there now.
Out at Tormore Reserve in Division 1 qualifying final, Montrose 8-8-56 to Mitcham 5-6-36. Roval 161-16 Doncaster now as Ray Baird updates us out there from Shram's Reserve.
Tell you what, they could get some decent percentage out of that Roval. They're not out of top spot.
And just in Premier Division as well, Blackburn 6-3-39 to East Ringwood 4-11 as Fogarty sends them inside 50. Again, he might just go all the way. Almost a minor score for the Dockers, 12-14-86 to 4-3-27. That is 10 minutes in the third quarter of that Blackburn East Ringwood game as we go to Paul Uconi.
Again, it must be said, the clearance domination is unbelievable. 16-5 the way of Templestowe in this third quarter.
And there is the three-quarter time siren. It is all Templestowe, 12-13-85 to the Waverley Blues, 4-3-27. Brett Beston with the goal kickers.
So Ioannidis has 4. There's a couple there to Melitsis, as there is to Jessup, and a few singles. And for the Waverley Blues, they don't have any multiple goal kickers. But three-quarter time, they made a bit of headway. They kicked 3 goals in that term. But the Waverley Blues still a long way behind on the scoreboard, 12-3-85 to 4-3-27. One more term to go out here in this qualifying final, and we'll bring it to you after the break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website. yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Walker Park out here in the Division 2 qualifying final between the Waverley Blues and Templestowe, and at three-quarter time it is the Dockers 12-13-85 leading the Waverley Blues 4-3-27. A big lead to the Dockers. They've been the best side this afternoon by far. Ryan Long, Brett Besson, Dylan Smith, Paul Uconi, Wayne Brasher. We'll get to some scores around the grounds throughout this last quarter, but Dill, just thoughts on that one? Waverley Blues were a bit more competitive in that quarter, but I mean the damage was done already in that first half.
Yeah, and I don't think they'll be giving themselves too many pats on the back for that quarter. I think they still lost it by 5 points, and you know, gaps started to open up as Templestowe were probably in cruise control a little bit, but I guess they'll take some small wins, and it's what they do in this last quarter and how they can carry some momentum into their game next week.
Absolutely.
It'll be really interesting to see what Templestowe, how they play. Again, they're not going to take their foot off the pedal, but this game's over. So do they absolutely bust it as we go boundary side with Jared Beanland?
Thanks, Basto. I've got Nick Batsanis, coach of the Templestowe Dockers, with me. Nick, you've got to be pretty happy with this performance, no doubt.
Yeah, look, 3 quarters done, 1 to go, but our pressure's been unreal. And we said at the start of the game, for this to stop Waverley Blues running game, we need to be pretty high pressure, pretty front-on pressure, and I think we've been able to do that for 3 quarters.
Yep, and making a statement this quarter.
Hopefully, mate. Yeah, let's see how they go. I think they're going to throw everything at us at the moment. And, you know, so they should. They're a few goals down. So, you know, if we can settle it down early, and then I think after that we can put some more scoreboard pressure on.
I know you'd prefer to be on the field today, but we should probably make our way off a little bit. Alex Brown, moving forward, that was a pretty good move from you guys. It seemed to confuse Waverley Blues' defence a little bit.
Yeah, look, we've trialled Brownie the last 4 to 5 weeks forward. We needed to find a hole. That was a big hole for us centre-half forward. So I think Brownie has been doing a real good job for us, and we'll keep it going moving forward.
Thanks very much, Nick. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thanks there to Jared Beanland with Nick Batsanis, who we have to say has been fantastic stepping into this role in such a late part of the season. And now, obviously, we'd love to be out on the ground, but he's doing just as much... having just as much influence on the sidelines coaching. As we go boundary side to Blake Tennant, who was out at the Waverley Blues huddle.
Yeah, g'day boys. Yeah, just spoke to, I was just listening into Tom Langford's speech. Manly just, he was just disappointed with the effort again, which has really been costing them at the moment, which is heavily. And he just says he wants to build confidence heading into next week. He doesn't want to go down losing by 12 goals today, because that to him feels like it was disrespectful loss due to the fact that their effort towards the team. Thank you, boys.
Thanks, Blakey. As we get the last term underway, ball into the contest. It's Perry who tries to wrap up his opponent there, and the ball will be tossed up again by the umpire. That's really all they can take out of this game, the Waverley Blues. Just try and get something to take into next week as Mitchener wins another hit out.
Talk about putting your cue in the rack already by saying something like that. You do want to go out there and give something. You need to show something in the last quarter.
That's right. Mitchener again with hit out number 984, I reckon, today, as the ball comes out into the contest again. And the tackle, it's Rufus. He's tried hard all day for the Waverley Blues. He really has.
If you're looking at a one-on-one matchup, right, to pick your best player, Mitchener has done the job on Perry.
Falls out of the ruck situation. Now it's a Healy here. I think he had almost an airy there as the ball is on the ground, and the umpire says we'll have another ball up.
So much telepathy as well between Mitchener and those midfielders. They just seem to be always...
free kick.
They've done it again, Waverley Blues. Their lack of discipline has come back to haunt them.
It was a tough one because it was in response to, I think Giovannini did it to someone, and then obviously he's come ahead and done it.
It's always a retaliator.
It is.
Exactly right.
But it's just something you just don't need to do.
Tell you what, he's feeling ultra confident here, Giovannini.
Well, here he is on the 45-metre arc he'll be kicking out from, and that's a good-looking kick. Might be into the wind as well. Might just fall short. Has it actually gone through?
No, it's a mark.
It's a mark out the back. Ioannidis is pulled a mark in the goal square. There's about 3 Waverley Blues players. No one could punch it over the line.
How is a player of his height allowed to win?
Oh, that's a great mark.
To get a mark in the goal square when you've got all your tools on the line.
They're having that sort of a day, aren't they?
My God.
Yeah, you've got three or four Waverley Blues players that couldn't spoil that, and this will be goal number 5, we believe, and it is for Ioannidis. And Templestowe 13-91 to the Waverley Blues 4-3-27, and a fantastic effort from him, and he's been fantastic. We saw him earlier in the season against Boronia probably a month ago, and he was pretty key for them in the loss, and today he's been again really strong up forward.
A lot of it for
Templestowe
has
5 goals.
Been those lesser known players too, hasn't it, today? You know, you look at Hardwick and Swartzer and those sort of role players, and they've just really stepped up and turned it into a team performance for Templestowe.
And Brash, I criticised Templestowe saying, I didn't think they had the scoring power to match it with Waverley, and it's been the opposite in the end, and they have found a lot of goal kickers. What are we waiting for at the moment? Need a new footy. It's probably a good time to get into some scores.
It's one of the Waverley Blues. They've stolen the ball. They want the game.
It's probably on a truck going up to Lilydale now.
So at the moment, Park Orchards 71-43 Berwick. We're just waiting on that South Croydon score at 3/4 time. Out at Doncaster East and Vermont, latest update there. Vermont 56 to Doncaster East 35. So they will probably win the minor premiership if they hold on there. They will if they hold on. And then Roeville 124-16 Doncaster. Just done a number on the Sharks, unfortunately for them.
East are safe, aren't they, in the 6?
Yes, they will still make it through their percentage.
So some fortunate person's going to pick themselves up on $110 Sharon out there, because that's what they're worth.
So back in the middle, the clearance goes the way of the Waverley Blues. Hale got the handball out. Now it's on the ground. There's Toby Ryan in there. He's been battling away hard all day today.
You know, you look at Templestowe, the likes of Brown, Mitchener, Ryan, Fogarty, all experienced players who've played in higher divisions. Gee, as an your experience come to the fore this afternoon.
Take a photo. I think Perry just got a head out there. He's got one over Mitchener. That's about hasn't happened too many times today, as Warren gets the handball out to Ryan on the half-back line, chips it out wide. Marcus taken over there. That's McSwain, is it, on the far side? So
the Heathmont Brains Trust also out here this afternoon. Scott Hamill and Brett Davidson surveying the scene.
You've got Boronia to your left, Heathmont to your right.
So a little bit of spying as Ryan makes the tackle. And we'll have a ball up on the far side. Be interesting to see what they make of today's game.
Yes, well, both sides will be playing. Oh, actually, Heathmont have to win tomorrow. I haven't called the game early.
So another head out one, but the ball is wrapped up in the tackled situation. So
I believe from all reports, Heathmont are going to be going in just about with their best side, bar Ryan Burley tomorrow.
Just an update as the Waverley Blues look to go forward themselves, but the kick was smothered. Here's Hardwick. It's cut off here by Langford, who goes inside and hits up Playstead.
Big player to be missing, Brash, Ryan Burley. He's
been out for a while.
So Daniel Playstead just puts it up towards the hot spot, and strong hands in the middle of the pack there. And that is, definitely had most of it.
Has he paid it?
Yeah, he has. That is a Waverley Blues mark, and towards Mohammed. So Mohammed will line up directly in front, about 20 metres out. Just that score I was about to say. Noble Park 5-7-37 to Baldwin 4-8-32. That's a 3/4 time score. So they're holding on there because Blackburn are also in front, 51-26. As Mohammed lines up and puts the Waverley Blues 5th on the board, 5-3-33 to Templestowe, 13-13-91. 5 coming up to 6 minutes gone in this last quarter. And that's his first of the afternoon, or second of the afternoon. There's 24 goals for him now. And as we said, Blackburn 51 to East Ringwood 26. So
25 points.
Wow. 36, sorry. So they 15 points. So got that run wrong, but Noble Park got to hold on here if they're going to finish in the 6th, the reigning premiers.
It's a great time of the year, isn't it, with all these, the permutations and getting these scores coming in. And, this one's got to beat this one. It really is exciting. It's the best time of the season. As the umpire throws it up, Mitchener again with the head out. And on the ground there, they're trying to pick them back. Perry got it, give that off to Rufus, who dropped the football. And they're back in the tight stuff there. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. I think it was Hardwick who took possession. So we've got 6.5 minutes played in this last term as Mitchell comes over the top, gets the head out. Nicely roved there by Fogarty, but another ball up. We've had a lot of stoppages in this last term. Shape just going out of the game a wee bit with their result pretty much decided.
Out at the MCG, Jack Rewelt's kicked 3 behinds in the last 5 minutes.
In his final game. So wrapped up again, and that's a free kick going the way of the Waverley Blues. Meyer gets it over the top, so a chance to get some run out here for the Waverley Blues. Kick out wide, finds Mohammed. Mohammed wheels around onto the right foot. Now he goes into the goal square, or towards the goal square. On the ground there, can that soccer off the Graw, just missed, it was close, it was Facey. He tried to kick the miracle goal, but it is going to be a behind instead. 91 plays 34, 7.5 gone final term.
Scores around the grounds at Torm Reserve. Montrose with a 20-point lead. And at three-quarter time at East Ringwood Reserve, Kilsyth 6.9.45 to Surrey Park 6.4.40. So we'll keep an eye on those results as the Dockers here are going to win.
Didn't Spider predict that game might go down to a kick?
He said, I think, extra time. I don't know. I think he threw in extra time or something. As the Dockers, the handball over the top to Ferraro. Keeps it going forward, looking for Warren. Or Schwarzer as it goes out of bounds.
He's been pretty spot on with his assessment about where Templestowe were going to win the game, because they've actually won the game from the midfield.
It certainly has. We'll give him that one. I'm 0 from 3, I think, from today at the looks of it. As the ball brought back into play, Templestowe go forward. Sapanchi here will punch it out of bounds, and we'll get another boundary throw in. 8.5 minutes gone. Templestowe with a very big lead, 57 points.
So umpire to throw it back in this qualifying final. The winner goes on to play Baronia next week, and the loser, of course, will still be alive as the ball goes in. Mitchener again, but it's been taken by the Waverley Blues. They got a bit lucky there. Kick towards about half forward, and a really good mark taken over there. It's Facey. He wheels around, goes quickly. He might get it back, Facey, and it's in the hands of O'Connell. Under a bit of pressure again as they get it across. Now they go inside 50, a little funny little kick forward, and the mark is taken. It's the big man placed there who comes forward and grabs it. And just go back and take the kick, son. It looks like he was looking to give it off, but he's just got to take the kick here, surely.
This would be their second or third mark inside 50 in this quarter, and it was just off the back of, I think it was Facey who won a contest there on 50, and just the ability to win that contest close to goal, turn around and give it off.
So I'm just going to take the little wins that they can in this last quarter and give them something to go into next week. As Playsted's kick is a beauty. Straight over the goal umpire's head, so another goal for the Waverley Blues. So just chipping away as they get number 6 for the afternoon, but they trail 13-13, 91 to 6-4-40 on the Bendigo Bank scored, and we've played nearly 10 minutes in this final term.
Yeah, well, look, it's too little too late for Waverley Blues, but they are fighting the game out, and they've got to keep pushing, because they just can't afford to go down, by a big margin. They've got to give themselves something to hang their head on for next week.
Yeah, you're certainly right. They will take on the winner of tomorrow's game, Mulgrave and Heathmont. Played here at Walker Park, back in the middle.
We should just sleep her overnight. We can do the
well, we can split up our group. Half of us up to Tormore, half here. It's Ferraro here for the Dockers. Takes a mark and goes towards the far side and finds Ryan. It'll be very interesting to see how they match up against Baronia, because they were very underdone last time they played. We're missing pretty much their entire midfield as they go inside 50 once more to 1-on-2 contest. Must have been touched off the boot there. Turner got the handball out and they clear it, but understanding under that is Fogarty to take the mark and send the Dockers back into attack with a 51-point lead. 10 minutes gone in this last quarter. In towards the hot spot. No one can take the mark. Mitchener does well to keep it in front of him. Tapped out his Hale for the Blues. And we'll get another ball up inside 50. We'll keep an eye on those scores around the grounds. Three-quarter time, it was Noble Park in front by 5 points. Blackburn in front by 15 points. So if both sides win, there's a shot on goal here is a minor score. So if both sides win, as I was saying, Noble Park will remain in the top 6 in Premier Division and play finals, but we'll certainly wait and see on that one as the scoreboard ticks over. 13-14, 92 the Dockers. Waverley Blues 6-4-40, 11.5 minutes gone in the last quarter.
So Sapanchi it is to bring it back in. Thumps a really long kick out. Almost a mark taken there, but not quite. As Fresher tried to get his hands on it. Now it's out wide. It's Langford over there. Just happy to see it across the boundary. And we'll have a throw in. So 11 and a half minutes gone. So probably maybe 10 or 15 to go this one. And try to throw it in on the far side.
Kilsyth 58, Surrey Park 47. 11-point lead.
So it's taking an age to get it in here, the umpire. Not sure what the hold-up is. Finally, it does go in. Up they go. There's Mitchener again. He's been colossal this afternoon as Templestowe go inside 50 again. Can they get the mark? They sure can. That's just too easy. Is that Brown, is that, I think?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
So caught us all on the hop, of course. He's played in defence for most of the season, but started forward today.
He set the tone early, Alex
He did,
Brown.
yeah. He had a colossal first term, and he's just chipped in when he's needed since then. So a master stroke from Nick Batsanis. And he's Brown to go back and try and kick his, by my reckoning, second of the day. Kick on its way, but the goal umpire was on his way to the left.
Brash, do you think that's something that they do next week against Baronia, or do you think it's a horses for courses versus the Waverley Blues?
I think they're going to need to tweak their game plan a little bit next week, Dylan.
So 53-point margin as the Blues prepare to bring it back in.
And the short kick is a turnover. Fogarty cleans up, off to Brown, passes it off. Jessup will finish this one off, and the Dockers are on their way to a semi-final. 14-15, 99 lead the Waverley Blues 6-40. 13 minutes gone in this last quarter, and it is all over. It's been all over for quite some time, and this is going to be a really exciting matchup next week. I think they can certainly give Baronia a run for their money if they play like this, because they've been phenomenal today. Really have to give them the credit.
They've played exceptionally well, and it's really going to be a really good crash because both midfields are the two strongest midfields. Right, that's where the game's going to be won next week, I reckon.
So they'll alter their play next week, obviously, because they're playing a different side, but you wouldn't think they want to get away too much from the pressure that they've brought today, because that's been the thing that's won them the game. As the ball is hurried forward, goes inside 50, trying to get a mark here, but beautifully done by one of the Templestowe players who takes the mark, and they'll be able to work it out. So here's the kick out to about the half-back line. Up they fly, ball on the grounds. Knocked out of the contest over there by Giovannini. Now they go forward to about the centre of the ground, but it's going to go out of bounds over there on the far side. Here's Jessup chases.
Young Carl Giovannini's done some very nice things this afternoon. He's done a lot of 1%ers, the things that we don't talk about.
So we've got a lost ball situation again, but now we finally get it back, and now the umpire says, hang on a minute, not happy. So free kick going the way of the Waverley Blues in the hands of Turner, who would be probably the one of two standout performers on the side today. Gets a kick, finds a target.
Yeah, he's been Waverley Blues' best player.
And so they've just got no idea. I suppose the pace and everything's gone out of the game, but you can see the indecision when they get the football. Now they've turned it over, as they have done for so many on the multiple occasions today. Now it's out to Ferraro, gets a handball off, and here they come again, Templestowe. They go down the line, but it's going to go out of bounds.
You'd almost have to say that Templestowe have completely dismantled Waverley Blues' run and gun game this afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, they absolutely have.
And I think they've set a blueprint for themselves next week, really.
So place it out of the ruck, slaps it on the boot, forward, middle, did well to control it, picks it up, but he's caught without it, so he's earning himself a free kick here. Are we going against McLean? And inside they go, looking for Mohammed. It did very well. That's a strong mark inside 50.
He's tried hard, Mohammed, I reckon.
Oh, he has.
He's tried really hard. I mean, he's lining up for his third goal. He's from limited opportunities this afternoon, but he's toiled manfully, I reckon.
Yeah, he'd have to be in their best few plays on the ground this afternoon. He's lining up for number 3, as you just said. Bit of a tough angle, about 40 metres out. Well, he kicks it on the arc, and that's a good-looking kick off the boot, but it is just to the left. May have been over the post, or a minor score. So the Waverley Blues 6-41, Templestowe 14-15, 99. 16 minutes gone in this last quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. An update out at Tormore Reserve. Mitcham kick another, 7-6-48 to Montrose 9-6-60. Similar sort of game that we saw early in the season out at Montrose.
So Toby Ryan brings it back in, but his kick has gone astray. Nicely worked out by Warren, who got it away. Kicks out to about half back, through the hands over the ear of McLennan. And some Giovanini with, sorry, not Giovanini, it's one of the Waverley Blues players. Gets it off. Now the ball in the hands of O'Leary. Goes to try to find a teammate. Hale it was, but he couldn't get it. Goes in there, good second effort, but it's been wrapped up on the ground. Good work by McSwain.
And that's been the tail of the tape this afternoon with Waverley Blues. 90% of the time they've gone inside 50, they've not been able to hit a target.
No, it hasn't been too much for them to get excited about, that's for sure. As it comes out, Rufus puts it onto the left boot, puts a bit of a high up and under. Hale's under it, but he gets beaten by McSwain. He knocks it away, and that'll be a ball up, I'd say. Or is it going to be holding the ball? No, he's paid holding the ball. And it's going away. There's a few interested players looking up as if to say, what on earth?
It's almost like Sam Meyer was begging the umpire or daring the umpire to give him the free kick.
It's almost he got like the pity vote. So Sam Meyer will go back and line up and try and kick another one. This would be his first of the day if he can slot it through. So they're edging towards 50. At least that's a small win for them. Here's Meyer coming in now. Kick on its way, and he's got it. No, he has. So Meyer puts it through. It's another one for the Blues. They get their 7th of the day, but they're still well behind on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 14-15-99 to 7-5-47.
I'll check in with the scores around the grounds. As we said, Mitcham have cut that lead back to 12 points, but time would be running out on them in Premier Division. Park Orchards, a 20-point lead over Berwick, so they look like they're going to win there, but South Croydon hold a 16-point lead over Norwood, so South Croydon win, they'll remain in the division, and Park Orchards will go down. We're still going to wait on those Blackburn and Noble Park results as the ball back in the middle. Hardwick, who's had a pretty strong game, gets the ball in the boot and almost there dropping it was Schwarzer and picked up by Serpanchi. Passed it off. It was cut off there by Hardwick, who again gets it towards their forward half. Waverley Blues have got some numbers around the contest. Rufus is there who picks it up. So we look around the ground. Still need some updates there. Vermont lead Doncaster East by 20 points. So Brash, they're going to finish on top and be minor premiers, which is remarkable from where they were last year. A very young side as Sam Mear fights for this one, as well as Turner grabbing it now. The Dockers wrapped up in the tackle will get a ball up out at half back. I'm going to keep trying to get these scores out. Certainly a lot riding on those Noble Park and Blackburn games.
Certainly is.
The inside 50s in this game are 46-37 away of Templestowe.
Thanks, Paul. So ball in the hands now. Here's a chance now. Little handball over the top. Waverley Blues trying to find where to go. It's Facey who gets the kick forward. Can they get a mark inside 50? Good ball coming over the top, but it's still there for them. Mattel gets it off. There's a snap at goal coming off the boot of Duck. How does it look? He's got it, so Duck puts it through. So a little bit of consolation coming at the end of this one for the Waverley Blues.
Good one for Duck there. He's just flown that one through the goals.
Thank you, Brash.
Quack.
Just feathering it through.
Quack.
It's quite fascinating how close the inside 50s actually were there, but just shows you how much the quality of inside 50 matters over the quantity.
Yeah, 100%. And a lot of times, especially in that first half, they were kicking it to 1-on-2s and just percentage plays.
It's just in this last quarter that Waverley Blues are winning the inside 50 count. They're winning it 9-4.
So back in the middle again, we'll get a secondary ball up.
4-2 for Waverley Blues in this quarter. So they've really given it a really good shot here.
Yeah, they haven't waved the white flag and given up. So that's a credit to them. They've been able to fight this one out. So out at Blackburn, Moreton Park, they lead 52-44 East Ringwood. So they have an 8-point lead. We're still waiting on that Noble Park score. As Mohammed handballs it into the middle to McNamara. And the inside 50, a mark taken, strong hands. And they're going to have a set shot on goal for the Waverley Blues.
4 marks to 2 marks inside 50 this quarter in favour of Waverley Blues.
Well, it is the response they needed to have in this last quarter. It does give them somewhat of a momentum coming into next week rather than getting belted out of the park, as this one is to the left and a mark not on the line. I think that was over the line for a minor score. So the Waverley Blues moved to 8-7-55. Templestowe 14-15, 99. 21 minutes gone in this last quarter.
If they had got smashed in this last quarter, then a fair bit of doubt would have been creeping in, as you said, like going into that next game. It's important that they carry some momentum.
Oh, big news out here at Hughes Park. Is it Hughes Park? That's not the name of it. Bowen in front by 8 points. So Noble Park are currently in 7th.
Oh dear. Now the ball falls for the Waverley Blues. They'll go inside 50 again. Oh, funny little kick, and they might have the chance here. A little snap from the... Should be a goal, I reckon. It has gone through.
But they couldn't, could they?
So
No.
Facey,
39 points.
Facey puts it through, so they certainly have made some inroads in this
Oh,
last term.
jeez. Here's an update at Tormore Reserve. Mitcham kicked another. They trail by a goal, 26-minute mark.
Oh, extra time.
Oh, someone did say extra time, Spider. As,
Wasn't it like 5 or 6 goals early on between them?
that looks like almost an identical game that we were at earlier this
Yeah.
season between the two sides.
Mitcham, once again, perennial slow starters. They can't afford to be doing that.
It's going to cost them again if they don't get up today. Is the ball back in the middle. Mitchener against Perry. And here's Langford, who grabs it out the middle and passes it off to Mohammed. And outside 50 can line up, and this one through the middle. Hey, maybe we're on. 33 points. I don't think so, but it's a good response here from the Waverley Blues at least. Every 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That was a gorgeous stoppage as
Yeah,
well.
That was textbook, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was well done by Langford because he sold the dummy and got that handball out very quickly to the running Mohammed.
So Waverley Blues have answered the call on this last term. It's not going to matter in terms of this game, but it's going to give them something to go forward for next week, which is pretty important. So up it goes. Mitchener again. Another tit out for him. Into the hands of no one in particular as the ball is bouncing around. Now it's Schwarzer over there. Now it's Ryan as the sun comes out here, and Ryan's made a bit of a mess of that, and it's out on the full.
Come on, Jared, you can do better than that.
So it's Meyer who gets it inside 50. Can they get another one? These they knocked away. Chasing back there is Brown. He's doing some work back in defence now after going forward for large parts of the game, particularly early. Over on the far side, what's the umpire going to do here? Just blow the whistle maybe? Hale trying to pick it up, and eventually the whistle does go.
The intensity has just lifted again here, hasn't it?
Let's go down to Jared, who's about to get back at Brash.
I assure you, Brash, I cannot do better than that.
Can't you? But it takes 2 hands to mark a football, Jared.
I've one-handed a clipboard.
Well, you've done well, whatever.
We did see a one-handed mark earlier today. I can't remember who that was. Someone dragged it in one-handed, but... So another stoppage just outside the...
13 inside 50s to 4 in this final term the way.
Tormore Reserve scores a level.
Oh, no. Can you
As
believe
the
it?
kick cleared out here from Templestowe will go out of bounds. Jeez, wow. We need someone out there to start calling that game. We've got an update. I can see Blake talking to a Mitcham folk now. He's wanted man out here at Walker Park as Jared sort of explain how much time is left on the clock as we clear it out here. Hale cut off by Jessup and a free kick here going towards the Dockers.
We just need to run multiple phone lines and we can have like a link from Tormore and something else.
Inside 50, a free kick here towards the Waverley Blues, and we'll keep an eye. Blake, keep those scores coming through.
25.
Noel Park and Blackburn, currently goal to Blackburn. They're back it up to 8 points in front. Bowen in front by 8 points. Very interesting. We still wait on those Mitcham scores. Scores are level, I believe, as we look to go forward here. Langford. Extra time at Tormore Reserve. What a comeback from the Tigers. And that is a incredible result out there. We're not there.
So how much extra time do they play? Do they play 5 each way? Or?
I believe so. Is that right, Brash?
I think so.
Goodness me.
Wow.
Extra time. Incredible is a chance here for Templestowe to put it through a sealer that's already been sealed from half time.
Momentum's got to be with the Tigers there, though, right?
Jeez, that's... Oh, geez, you can imagine Blake on the boundary right now. He's
he'd be biting all his fingernails as the the head out at least goes the way of the Waverley Blues. They go inside 50 again. And bouncing around over there towards the far side. Strongman might be happy just to see it over the boundary. It's still in. Paul Jessup did pretty well. He ducked under a high one. And now he's going to fire it towards goal. Up they fly. Ball on the ground. Can someone get a toe to it? No, they can't at the moment. Picked up by Sapanchi. A bit of a hospital handball over the top, but they do okay. Oh, that's a big tackle. That's a huge tackle. And it's, what's the umpire going to play here?
High free kick.
High free kick, so going the way of the Waverley Blues. So it can't be that long to go. 26.5 paid as it goes out to Strongman. Now it's Langford gets the kick forward. Out towards the far side. So they're possessing the ball and playing some good footy in this last term, the Waverley Blues. Fighting handball over the top to Mohammed. One of the better players in this Waverley Blues side today. Goes towards, and that's a kick. And Williamson, I tell you what, I reckon he wouldn't have had any more than half a dozen touches.
No.
Yeah.
Too little too late for me.
Yeah. He's going to go back and maybe kick another one. He goes to Banana, which was interesting. And has he kicked it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got it. So Williamson gets his second of the day. And they continue this unlikely comeback. It's not going to be enough, but boy, 99 to 72.
Goal every 10 seconds, might.
Give them a fifth quarter and maybe they run over the top.
7 goals to 2 in this quarter for Waverley Blues.
7 goals to 2.
Might be real pleasing though from a Templestowe point of view. I mean, you could argue that the game was well and truly over, but just to sort of take the foot off the gas like this, it's not a good habit to get into, especially going into next week. But nonetheless,
so back in the middle again. Siren will be very close from now as ball up back in the middle again. Blackburn 64, East Ringwood 56. So that result now means that Noble Park are going to pull something out in this last quarter to take home a win. Need the footage out at Tormore Reserve at the moment.
Score out at Noble Park, Ryan?
Balwyn by 8 points was the last we have heard from them.
They might have to bring on that reserve Noble Park, Harry Houdini.
And out at East Ringwood Reserve, Kilsyth still leads. So that one's 5 points to them. There's Templestowe will get the sealer here. Well done by Melitis. A strong finish, and the Dockers 15-15, 105 to 11-6, 72. And a goal to Mitcham in extra time. 3 minutes gone. Jeez. That's a big comeback because they were zipped to 27, I think, at some stage. Wow.
I think it might have been 47 to 12.
Just shows you how finals football just throws up so many anomalies, doesn't it?
Look at today's game. I mean, we wouldn't have. I mean, it's
No,
closed
you
up now.
wouldn't
But
have.
yeah, you wouldn't have picked the margin that we've had for most of the day. So back in the middle, can't be long to go. Only seconds as the ball goes up. They're knocked out of the head out there. Warren it is. He takes it. Goes forward for Templestowe. Trying to find a target, but there's plenty of defenders back there, and they do okay. Trying to pick it up was Melitis. And it's over the boundary line as the siren goes. So it's a qualifying final that has been absolutely dominated by Templestowe for most of the game. They took the foot off the gas a little bit in this last term, but they've done enough to get the victory 15-15, 105 against 11-6, 72. Here's Ryan with the goal kickers.
For the goal kickers, Ioannidis kicked 5. Melitis 2, Giovannini 1, Carl Giovannini, Limback 1, Jessup Couple, Brown and Hardwick. And then for the Waverley Blues, I probably missed a few, but Mohammed kicked 3, Duck, and overall a big win to Templestowe. They were the best side this afternoon. A really massive first half that got them out of the blocks well, and a great win for the club as we go boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Kibavini, is that it? Last name, so it's the hardest name, but anyway, mate, congratulations today. Really good, hard-fought win. Must be pretty proud of the group, mate.
Yeah, no, obviously we thought they were going to give it a real hot crack from the start, and we wanted to obviously slow their run, and yeah, like to pole them on that early in the start. It was very pleasing. Obviously, very happy with the performance.
Talk about the game, that last quarter, Waverley did get a bit ahead of yourself, but obviously in that first, second, third quarter, it was all you guys, especially for the midfield. It must be a privilege having Bo Mitchell on your team every week, because he's just been giving you guys the first use of the ball. You must be pretty proud about how he's going with his footy this year, mate.
Yeah, obviously Bo's very important, probably the most important player on our team. He gives us first use every week. It's a luxury to have a ruckman of this calibre in this sort of division. You'd think he'd be playing up, but no, it's just an absolute luxury to have that. But yeah, we obviously sort of sat back on our laurels a bit, and that's why they probably got the goals and got that avalanche of goals towards the end of the game there.
No worries, Carl. All the best, mate, and all the best for next week against Boronia, mate.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Absolutely. He's been a fantastic star coming to the club this season, has been one of the best players in the league in this division, and he makes a massive difference to this side when he is on. So a big win here for Templestowe. We're going to go to an ad shortly, I believe. What's the time now? We've still got plenty of time, so we're going to keep... We finished early, obviously, with this game, so... These finals games, the Tormore Reserve is in overtime at the moment between Mitcham and Montrose. The last we heard, Mitcham were in front by a goal. Kilsyth Surrey Park still up for grabs. Kilsyth in front there. Donval have defeated Ferntree Gully, I think, from the last time I checked. They were too far in front to catch up. And we'll keep an eye on those Premier Division games. We want the Noble Park update. They haven't updated their socials yet, so that worries me because that was 33 minutes ago that three-quarter time update came. Paddy Lawler has just kicked a goal out at Blackburn, so they're 14 points up at the moment. So I think they're going to hold on, Blackburn, and that's a lot of pressure now on Noble Park as Spider is literally typing in our chat right now, so he will be giving us an update on what's happening in those two games because if Noble lose that one, Blackburn jump into 6th position and will play finals and will play Baldwin in the first week of the final series. So there's just a lot going on everywhere else.
And the defending premiers will be out.
Yeah, well...
Which will be very disappointing.
No, it certainly will for a side. Obviously, they've had a lot of misfortune at the start of the season with the key injuries to two of their best players. We'll go down to the song. That's the song all done. Sorry, I'm trying to get some score updates around the grounds. Spider's still typing. He's been typing for 2 minutes, trying to work out what's happening in those Premier Division games. Blackburn by 27 points, so they are home, and they will move into 6th place for the moment, waiting for that Noble Park ball and score. I'll let you guys just talk about this game, or you can talk about other games at the moment while I try and chase a few more up.
Let's have a look at this game. I thought Templestowe thoroughly deserved their win this afternoon. They definitely came out with a game plan that Nick Batsanis had definitely put to them on Thursday evening, and they've come to the fore this afternoon. I think the captain, Alex Brown, set the tone very early in this contest with his big mark, and this bloke here I thought was clearly the best player on the ground, and it'll be a pleasure having a chat with him. He was best player of ground when we had him last time down at Heathmont, and he's reproduced. Congratulations, Bo. What a fantastic win this afternoon.
Have you got the headset on? Oh. Yeah, turn your thing on. Just got to sort out some technical trivialities down here.
Can you hear us now, Bo? No, he can't.
Just while they figure it out, we'll wait for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, what's going on?
Just the update
Tormore?
at Tormore Reserve at the moment. It is 67 all at the first break of the extra time. So there's now another 5 minutes and waiting to see what happens there.
What happens if it's equal after the next
Another
5
five.
minutes?
No, I have no idea. We saw that crazy game at the Golden Point happened last time at the Division 3 reserves game. Bo, just let us know if you can hear us eventually. Jared, just you take over. You take the interview on as we follow up on some scores.
Bo, excellent game, mate. Finals win, no doubt, very exciting. You'll take on Boronia next week. Just give a bit of a summation about how you guys dominated for 3/4 of that match, and sort of what happened a little bit at the end there when it started to slip away a bit.
Well, just our main focus for the start of it was just to get the pressure in their face, because we know how good of a side they are. Straight up, if you let them run their own game, they'll just tear you apart. So that was our main focus, our pressure, which, as you said, I think we bought great for 3/4. Let it slip at the end there, but I think that's footy. You let off a bit, but no, it's good.
We noticed the magnets were thrown around a little bit. Alex Brown going forward, yourself dropping back into the hole in defence. Was this a specific plan for Waverley Blues, or is it going to be something you'll be moving forward with?
Last couple of weeks, Brownie's actually shifted forward. Like while he doesn't hit the scoreboard, he just presents like a great option up forward. He's got great hands, great leadership. But I've always liked to try and sit behind the ball and create a bit of havoc. But so it worked well today. We'll try and stick with it.
And coming into this game, a little bit down on form. Heathmont only kept you to 2 goals last week, and Waverley Blues have been a bit of a challenge for you throughout the season. What was the difference here?
I don't know. Just as I said, we came out hard. It's a final. I think there was only 3 or 4 blokes out of our 22 that have played finals, and the ones that had were from like Lewdale, from me, from the older days. But just like they knew we had to come out hard. As it's hard in finals, as you see, you get a jump on someone, it's hard to come back. But that was our main focus: come out hard. Otherwise, we knew it was going to be a long day against good opposition.
Well, Bo, congratulations on the win, and
perfect.
Good luck against Baronia.
Yeah, I know.
Bo, just before you go,
I don't think he can hear us at the moment. We're having some technical difficulties. But Brash, how important has he been? The 2 games we've seen him play live, he's been best on last time, and if we don't have the award this week, but if we did, he'd be featuring high in the votes again.
He'd be getting my best on the ground. I thought clearly he towed up Perry today. Perry, from my opinion, needs to be a lot more accountable as he just let Mitchener run his own race, and in finals you just can't let players of that ilk just decide when and where I'm going to play.
Yeah. I think the tone was really set in that first quarter too. You talked about those coaches' moves, and just for Templestowe being able to get one up on the opposition, they would have been feeling really good. And then from then on, really, Waverley Blues were just chasing their tail a little bit, and they weren't. I don't think there was really any period in the game, even that last quarter when the space started to open up, that they really ever had their true identity on this game at all. It was all really around Templestowe, and I think as a club they've got to be super proud of that, especially with the adversity that they've had throughout the season.
I also think, Dylan, I think the 4 small forwards at Templestowe, Jessup, Melitsis, Ioannidis and Melitsis, right? I thought their pressure on the back 6 of Waverley Blues was phenomenal this afternoon, and the amount of turnovers and 1%ers that they were able to create for each other to kick those goals, I think that really, really did help and take the pressure off that back 50, and also gave the midfield of Templestowe the necessary time and space to be able to set that those forward 4 ways up.
You're spot on, and they did so much off the ball, and they were able to get up to the contest as well, and whether it was lay a block or just be that extra for the handball, it just constantly created the outnumber for Waverley Blues, and whether it was defensively or offensively, they were always able just to have some impact on the game, and yeah, I don't think Waverley Blues really had that across the entire team like Templestowe did.
You'd be hard pressed to pick out someone on the Templestowe side who didn't play well. It was like they had a couple of standouts, but there was everybody contributed. It was a really strong team performance.
A player that I haven't seen, Jake McSwain, I thought he was terrific as well in the back line there. Just made some really key intercepts, and when your bottom 5 players, not your big names, play well, then you're always going to compete and do pretty well.
And I think on the flip side of the coin, for Waverley Blues, all right, we saw a glimpse of what they can do when the sting was out of the game, because they kicked 7 goals, and they at least gives them something to carry on into next week. However, I sort of feel that they need to find a way to get Williamson into the game earlier, because if he can't have an influence, right, they're in trouble.
Well, they didn't seem to have. We talked about it during the coverage. Like, they've obviously got this really strong plan A, but there's seems to be a lacking in the plan B. And when plan A didn't work today, they were found wanting, weren't they?
Well, the thing was, and I remember on EFL Sunday when they interviewed Tom after a victory, and they did ask him about a second game plan. He basically said, well, I've stuck with this game plan, and I'm going to take the good with the bad. That might be well and good in a home and away season, but sometimes game plans like that don't hold up in finals football. And I think, like I said earlier, those 4 experienced guys that Templestowe had, Ryan, Fogarty, Mitchener, and there was one other player that have played at high levels. Their experience really did come to the fore throughout the contest this afternoon. And we can't you can't undersell Templestowe's performance because they really did come to play.
I've just got some updates. There's a lot going on at the moment. So, Bowen have defeated Noble Park by 20 points.
Okay.
And Blackburn have defeated East Ringwood. So, Blackburn move into the top 6.
Ooh.
Noble Park will not play finals. The reigning premiers are out. Montrose lead by a point. And Montrose have won by a point out at Tormore Reserve in extra time. And the other results is Domval have thumped Ferntree Gully 115 to 39. So they're a statement win. Montrose move on to next week, play on South Belgrave. And then Mitcham will face the winner of tomorrow's game where we're at, Beaconsfield versus North Ringwood. So some massive results going on right now. That Montrose won probably the biggest in extra time. So they hold on by a point.
What does that... So what about Div 4, Ryan? Have we got a final there from Kilsyth and Surrey?
We'll have a look at the moment. Kilsyth were in front.
Surrey were in a bit of trouble there at one stage.
Yeah, so Kilsyth jumped out to a bit of a lead. Looking at now full time, Kilsyth have won. So they move into the grand final. Congratulations to the Kilsyth Football Club and Domval Football Club, the two sides who have booked their grand final tickets. Surrey Park will play the winner of Churnside Park versus Scoresby tomorrow, and then next week, and then the Ferntree Gully side will play the winner of Sylvan versus Oakley District. So a lot to look forward to next week.
Interesting enough that that Donvale Ferntree Gully game. Gee, where does if Ferntree Gully hope they're gonna find a way now to win another game to get back into the grand final? But gee, whoever plays Donvale in the grand final, I reckon they've got a mountain to climb.
How did Ferntree go with getting those players back in a McComb and a Kennedy who have been out for the majority of the season? Did any of those guys play?
McComb did. I think Kennedy, from the sounds of it, just may not return.
But at one stage, Ryan, that game was 35 to 29.
Yeah, so they've just destroyed them in the second half.
They have accelerated. So, and that's 11 games out of 17 that Domvale have kicked over 100 points or more. I mean, they're just a juggernaut. I can't see them losing.
No,
I just cannot see them losing.
That Premier Division one's a massive one with Blackburn getting that finals place.
So, obviously, with Blackburn now moving into the finals against Baldwin, does Blackburn's run end next week against Baldwin?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, good on them for getting into the finals and stuff, but they haven't been that consistent. They've looked a bit stuttery, and I think Baldwin have hit form at the right time of the year. And I think I won't say it'd be one-sided, but I think Baldwin could win pretty comfortably next week.
I think also too that let's spare a thought for Noble Park. I just think that. Like Ryan's alluded to early, those two early season injuries to to Kyle Martin and their recruit really sort of derailed their season from the word go.
I mean, I'm not sort of crying or anything, but I mean it would have changed their whole structure for the year because Jackson Sketch, who he's pretty good across half back and he can play some other roles, has had to go into the midfield and he's had to probably fly a bit of a lone hand with the likes of Horton Miller and a couple of the other guys, but Shane McDonald was the big recruit from Beaconsfield. I mean, that's two massive contested ball players in Martin and McDonald gone without even kicking a football.
Also, too, with two key midfielders out, that actually gave the opposition a real chance then to be able to work out to find the right type of player that could shut Sketcher down.
Yeah.
And I think. By and large, I think a lot of the coaches did that throughout the year. Sketcher obviously probably wasn't allowed to have the year that he would have liked, Brett, because
he just had too much on his plate.
That's right.
He
became the number one bloke, a player that everyone had to stop.
I think they're such a team too. They have such a strong defensive identity, Noble Park, that they need those really quality players like a Sketcher to stand up for them and give them some offensive power. And when you've only got one of them in Sketcher, it's too easy to shut them down.
That's right. And it would have affected some of their runners off halfback, the likes of Morrison and those guys. So their whole game we haven't seen a lot of them this year, but their whole game just would have had to change. And it's disappointing, but, it's life.
They're really good in that match of the round against Baldwin, in fact. But yeah, disappointing to see.
Oh
them
yeah,
out.
that's right. We did see that one out there. Yeah, they actually played really well. But
just a quick one from the Montrose Mitcham game. It was actually Michael Schwab who kicked the winner with about 1 minute to go. So Montrose get home, of course, and that's going to be, I reckon. I don't know what you boys think, but next week's game could be huge against South Belgrade. Potentially, maybe a grand final preview for next week. How do you boys see that one?
Well, how do you think to take off your Montrose hat for a second? But how do you think?
Yes.
How do you think they will match up against the South Belgrave side, who are coming into this final series with limited injuries and pretty much at full strength and have not lost a game?
Well, it's going to be a hard one personally, because if you look at both grounds, they're actually very small and similar to each other. So I think it's going to be a test for both sides to see how they go on the big grounds and the big decks. A lot of space will be used. And I think Taylor Garner, is that correct, will be back. Same with Damien Garner. So both Garners will be back fit and firing. So I'm sure Gary Ayres would have a lot of work to do this week, because obviously we've seen how it's been heavily documented how South Belgrave are going, which is going to be really strong. But it's kind of like the game for the Donvale Ferntree Gully game, where Ferntree Gully were actually with Donvale for about 2 and a bit quarters, I think, and Donvale ran over the top. So if Montrose can stay with them, but you can't go past the Tim Smiths, who's just having a phenomenal year. Probably got a medal, I reckon, around his neck to win the league BNS. So I have to go. If you have to go form wise, you got to go South Belgrave, but there's always upsets. So anything can happen in finals footy, though.
I just think that if South Belgrave bring they haven't done anything wrong whatsoever. And put it this way, we've watched Tim Smith in final series, and he's only gone in first gear. If he ever gets out of first gear, right, I can tell you now, no, he'll win the grand final in 10 minutes of football off his own boot. That's how good. Honestly, that is how good a footballer he really is.
Yeah, well, I think you're right. I think if they play to their best, they're going to be almost unbeatable September.
And to give Montrose their due, if they can stick with South Belgrave for 2.5 quarters, I'd be taking that as a win.
I think Blake made a really good point on the bigger ground too, though, because Montrose are a team, they defend turnover really well, and on that bigger ground and their ability to spread and score from turnover as well will be really important.
And just
no, you go.
I've just got a score update from our great mate Ray Baird.
Yes, that was the one I was about to get to. Incredible.
Yes, sorry, mate. You just read my mind then. But Roeville 243 to Doncaster 6-7-43.
That's ridiculous.
So 199-point win. How's their percentage going to look like now? Not that it matters.
Get on top, though.
No, Vermont winning will mean they'll finish second still. So,
but can we just talk? I know.
We'll just 1 second, because we are about to go to an ad break. So hold your thought. We'll get to it after the break, and we'll get through all the results around the grounds. Out here at Walker Park in the qualifying final for Division 2, it was Templestowe 15-15, 105, defeating the Waverley Blues 11-6, 72.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park here for the Division 2 qualifying final. The Templestowe Football Club 15-15, 105 have defeated Waverley Blues 11-6-72. Ryan Long, Brett Beston, Paul Uconi, Wayne Brasher, Dylan Smith and Blake Tennant on the call at the moment. Jared Beanland, who's, I don't know if he hasn't got his mic anyway, so he's off. But the rest of us up here in the box, we've talked about the game here enough, and a big win to Templestowe, and once again, congratulations to them. They move forward and play Boronia next week in the semi-final for a spot in the grand final, and for the Waverley Blues, they'll take on the winner of Mulgrave and Heathmont, which will be a bit of an elimination style semi-final next week. The other big news, so Donvale smashed Ferntree Gully in the end, so they moved through to a grand final. Kilsyth defeated Surrey Park, Kilsyth into a grand final. Division 1, Montrose and Mitcham extra time at Tormore Reserve. Michael Schwab behind gets the D's over the line by a point, and they move through to the semi-final against South Belgrave Mitcham to play the winner of tomorrow's game. Beaconsfield North Ringwood. I think we've summed that up. And Premier Division as well. Noel Park pipped on the last round. They jumped by Blackburn, who jump into 6th position. Noble Park to miss out, finishing 7th. A bit of a surprise, I think, to all of us, the way that's finished. And Blake, you're raring to go. You had something to say before we went off air.
Yeah, I just want to touch on as well, just the rise of Vermont. Like, I know there's been a lot of articles, a lot of stuff about Vermont, how they've gone, because they've gone from 9th place last year, and I know they had about 20 injuries last year, and now they've won the minor premiership. So that just shows that, you know, I don't know if we do Coach of the Year and all that.
He's got to be Coach of the Year.
He's got to be Coach of the Year, Adam Parker. He's just done a terrific job to where he's put Vermont. And, you know, some of these players, like Cal Koski, he's having a very splendid year. He's just playing really well. And
a splendid year?
Yes.
How jolly good.
And then... you know, having a look, you know, as he's seeing a champion player of Lockie Johns, just the way he's carried on and all that as well. I think there's another player that really haven't been talked about, and that is James Ross. Having his impact, I reckon, is just having him down at full back. I think in the radio game that we did against Rayville, he shut down Lockie Wine, who is pretty much the leading goal kicker of the year. So I just want to say well done to Vermont. If there's any Vermont supporters, I know we've got one in the room here.
Who?
Yeah, where?
Yes.
Actually, there's probably one other player, Blake, that I think that you probably could mention. He doesn't get spoken in dispatches like Lockie Johns, but Alex Greenwood in the midfield.
Agree.
He has been outstanding this year. And put it this way, I think if it wasn't for Johnsy, I reckon he'd be getting lots of votes in the
They probably steal a bit off each other.
I think they will.
So for the job that Adam Parker's done, do you think that he's come in and it's a system and he's got the role players playing and elevated their game, or do you think he's come in as more of a man manager and got the best out of those stars?
Look, he took over a list retiring sort of list of players, of experienced players, and obviously there was always going to be that unknown quantity of how well the next crop of young players were coming through. Last year was a bit of a struggle. They introduced some of them, and some of them actually have made strides this year. But they've also some players have actually grown as well. Harry Banfield, Jamison Rossiter, Zach Tyson. You've got so many of these young players, and also too. I reckon one guy that's going to be really important, I reckon he's just starting to find a bit of form, is Nielsen. Nielsen, the big fella in the forward line, if he can start firing in the finals, watch out, because he's a big cumbersome type fella. He's a bit like Talevski, Kader Talevski. He can play at home.
He was a superstar.
But he's got a little bit of pace, Daniel Nielsen.
He's good just to have there as that focal point too. Yeah. And even if he doesn't, get a lot of touches, he only has to take a few marks and just make a contest and get it down to the likes of Kalkovsky, and they're going to score.
But also too, you've got to give Vermont's backline led by James Ross. Tim Johnson, Connor McCafferty, even Tyson Himes has made contributions, and Fitzpatrick has been a revelation in off that midfield in the throughout the year as well. So they're really, they're heading into a final series. It's probably why not us? Why not? Why not us?
And their game really stacks up. You look at the stat sheet, and there's nothing that they're really bad at. They stack up in all the clearances and turnover game, and the way they score, so I think they're going to be really dominant in the final series.
And they've beaten all the sides in the top in all the top six except Blackburn.
Yeah,
they only played Blackburn once this year, and they lost to them.
So looking ahead to next week, the final series. So in Premier Division, Vermont and Roe will have the weekend off. Balwyn will take on Blackburn. East Ringwood will take on Doncaster. Just to touch on that one, the East Ringwood Doncaster East one. Just a quick tip around the board on that one. I don't know if you take much from East Ringwood's loss today. I still think they'd probably come in as favourites, and that one will be played at Jubilee Park.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, Blakey.
Yeah, just how good's that? Next door to your local for East Ringwood. So for me, I was just judging what we saw in Doncaster East a couple of weeks ago. I just think East Ringwood, they've got the firepower. I don't know if did Trent Farmer play? I haven't seen.
Yeah, he was back in the side
today.
today.
This week. So
Lawson out.
Yeah, so we haven't seen Lawson all year, and they've still been playing some really good footy. They're playing some great footy, but judging what I saw from Doncaster East and going East Ringwood, what do you reckon, Brash?
Look, I think Doncaster and East probably need Tom Bell in that side to straighten them up.
Yeah.
Down forward. They don't seem to have a go-to forward, and they rely on their midfield. And
they swung Dooman back, didn't they? In that, swung him forward from the back in that match of the round.
But he had to go far and wide, Dooman, to get his kicks in that. With the game style they play, Doncaster East, they need someone where they can correct the ball and direct the ball in their forward 50. I don't know whether they've got the running power. But that being said, I wouldn't be surprised if Lawson comes back in next week for East Ringwood. If he gets in and plays, I reckon the East Ringwood forward setup could be the difference between the two sides. For Evenness as well as Simon White's going to be, cornerstone in their defence, but he's only one player.
Yeah, I think East Ringwood will get it done for me. I just think with their firepower up forward and the likes of Farmer and Co. And I just think they'll get it done.
And I think, and in all fairness, Blackburn really they've done what they've had to do, but they've had a nice back half draw in the last 4 or 5 weeks. I think Balwyn have deserved their third spot, and I think all things being equal, I think that Balwyn should win that game next week.
There wasn't really anything riding on the game for East Ringwood against Blackburn today either, was there? It wasn't like it really changed anything for them, so hard to take.
They might have been sort of keeping a bit of their powder dry, potentially. So, I don't think we can read too much.
So the thing is, that's the thing. You've got Templestowe, right, they kicked 19, 2 goals, 7 last week and then kick 15 goals, 1,505. How do you line up the form for that? If you're the opposition coach, you're thinking, gee, they only kicked 19 points. I reckon we can roll them over here. And then all of a sudden they've got touched up themselves.
I think Mitchell was spot on though there, where he just, that game didn't really mean anything to them, and just turning up for that final, and their game and finals just blend so well.
And that's at the end of the day, finals, when you slice and dice it, finals football is a completely different beast.
It is.
100%, and we're coming to an end here for the match of the round. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll be out at Tormore Reserve for the Beaconsfield versus North Ringwood elimination final, so a lot to cover then. We'll go over again in our pre-game session all the results around the grounds as we've been discussing this afternoon. Fantastic to see some of these sides succeed today. I'm really happy for someone like a Kilsyth making a grand final. It's a long time since Kilsyth have been in a grand final, I think.
I think it was 1998 Kilsyth's
last
grand final.
And then obviously, yes, sorry, Blake.
And it's 71 years as well since the last time Kilsyth has been minor premiers.
I know one man that'll be exceptionally happy be Rod Paisley.
Yes, I got a call from him this morning, so he was excited, asked for my tip, and I did tip Kilsyth. That was one of the only tips I got right.
It's been a really big upcoming for Kilsyth as well, from what they've gone through as well. I think Ryan and someone said that it was their first finals coming into this year, of course, since 2016. So the rise of Kilsyth is coming, and I'm really happy to see how they're going. And they've recruited really well, and I'm pretty happy with how Kilsyth's tracking.
And our poor Josh Ward is probably not too happy
Josh?
with...
He's with us tomorrow, so...
I was going to say, Ryan, is that the only reason you tipped Kilsyth?
Yeah, it could have been. Other than that, we're pretty much there for the end of the show. Blake, are you off to Montrose now? You off to celebrate?
I might be celebration time down there, so I might pop down to the sports bar at Mitcham to say hello to a few people.
Oh, geez.
You'd be very popular with them, no doubt.
Jeez, you just go a couple of weeks' time if they meet. They'll be penciling your name in to have a chat to after. Dylan Smith, special comments today. Fantastic job. And the women's game this morning.
Yeah, excellent day again. Two really good games of footy, especially that women's game this morning. Just a 2-point margin in the end. So congratulations to Mitcham there. And fantastic day, and can't wait for tomorrow.
Jared Beanland behind us back on the boundary. You'll be calling tomorrow's action alongside Gav Casey.
Very much looking forward to that one. North Ringwood v Beaconsfield.
Yes, absolutely. Brett Beston besides me calling the game today.
Yeah, enjoyed the game today and got the day off tomorrow, but looking forward to getting back into it next week.
Absolutely. Paul Uconi, Stats Centre, a brilliant job as always.
Yep, thank you.
Mr. Wayne Brasher.
Thank you very much. See you all tomorrow.
Hosting the pre-game show tomorrow afternoon. Lee Green, Megan Green, a fantastic job as usual behind the audio and the camera, as well as Kate Green, who's done a fantastic job with the women's as well. And that's it for us. I'm Ryan Long, and this is the Eastland match of the round. Templestowe 15-15, 105, defeating the Waverley Blues 11-6, 72.